opening the subcommittee hearings for 1171. I have an amendment for the bill. I mailed it out to everybody probably a week ago. Not everybody, every subcommittee member, and now I have the hard copy right here. After the hearing, a few issues were uncovered when the attorneys were here. So section 7 got modified to make it simpler and take out the prohibited acts in the back. And this is an amendment I worked on with the sponsor and the Institute for Justice people. So amendment is 2022-0843H. So I'd like to move forward this amendment. You're not part of the subcommittee. Wait for the full committee. Oh, what is it? 0843. I'm sorry. Did it say that? Yes.
I wasn't present for the public hearing on either of these bills because I was testifying on my own bill in another committee. So if you can just like update me on, you did this because attorneys
Attorneys were present. They testified that they see some issues enforcing, I believe this section 8 prohibited acts. They didn't feel comfortable this should be part of the bill. So that's coming out.
So did you just take out?
That's exactly right. It comes
8?
out. Yeah.
8? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong section, sorry. Section
Let me check.
6.
Yeah, looks very good.
After, oh, okay.
Yes, Representative Judy is co-sponsor, but not part of the subcommittee. But he is here to help us, to cheer us up, cheer us on. So thank you. But yes, please, in the full committee, please make the motions. So yeah, that's where we are. So did I get a second from a subcommittee member?
I'll second.
All right, thank you, Ms. Representative Senator Anastasso. Me and yeah, my amendment. Amendment 0843. If yeah, would. So if no more discussion, I'd like to move it.
Oh,
Yeah.
so,
Go ahead. Oh, sorry.
so I just figured out. So basically, okay, the last section, the last part, you just eliminated that. The beginning of it is the same.
Yeah.
So, did anybody ask about number 16 about the makeup artists for the theater? Are those people normally not certified? Did anybody
16.
bring up that or speak to that?
Oh, 16. Threading? No, it's 19.
No,
Theatrical people?
the ones engaged, the ones that are doing cosmetology related to theater and television.
Right.
Line
yeah,
8
Right. In
on the amendment.
yeah, we spoke of.
I
Yeah,
can't hear if you don't talk.
oh, sorry.
There.
Yes.
There was testimony about that.
And what did they say?
Well,
I think they said it was an inconvenience to have to be licensed just if you blew into town with Hollywood and wanted to, or were doing a TV appearance or something. Oh, I'm not close enough. They regarded it as an inconvenience if you were sort of just having a TV appearance or Hollywood production blew into town to find local people just to cater to them, that they would prefer, that did not have to be licensed. Yeah.
Right. I think they might have their own people, but if they're only in for a little bit, they're probably not gonna be licensed in New Hampshire.
Yeah, I think a lot of times they bring their own.
Sorry. Yeah, but
I'm good with that. My concern with the whole bill has to do with, the eyelash extension. I have that concern because it involves glue, and getting glue close to somebody's eye really bothers me. And if you don't use the right kind of glue, so I'm concerned about that part. And and I'm same glue issue again on the original bill, line 5. Blow drying sounds fine, but it defines it, it says it includes hair extensions, and sometimes those are, from what I read on the internet, sometimes those are glued in too. And line 11, I think.
all right.
I think, no, line 11 is fine.
Thank you. I'm sure we'll be discussing this bill some more
So those are just.
today. But on the amendment, can
So,
just the amendment, if we can move it forward.
oh, just for the amendment?
Yeah.
I'm
yes,
good
please.
with the amendment,
Okay.
except for the eyelashes.
I would just like,
I believe in testimony, somebody cited, it might have been Representative Marsh, somebody cited an instance of having to remove glue from somebody who managed to glue their eyelids shut or something. Yeah. Okay, so there, yes, he's saying that was him, yeah.
I mean, I'm not part of the subcommittee.
I'm sorry. Hey, let us get through the amendment. Could we? I mean, we'll discuss it. I'm sorry, Representative Marsh. I'm sure we'll be discussing it at 10 o'clock again.
The amendment is exactly the same as the
11,
original
I'm
in
sorry.
terms of
I'm
gluing
just-
eyeballs together,
sorry.
yeah. So-
Yes, there was an instance of that. Yeah, a child did that. Thank you. I remember that. Yeah, but just we got to be done before 10. I'm sorry. So, Representative Gali.
thank you, Mr. Chair, and I too, I can't support the amendment as long as this is in it,
Okay.
for those reasons.
Thank you. Thank you. But yeah, but we'll be discussing it, I'm sure, again with the full committee. Everything. So, all right. But vote. Yeah. If we. I think Representative Anastasio, then yourself, then Representative Gali, Fellows, and myself. Just the amendment vote.
Yes?
I am also a yes.
Representative Gali.
No.
No,
Yes. Yes.
I was just a little confused when I've done, I'm not really the clerk, when I did it prior, I was taking down, I had a chart of all the names. This is just a count.
I'm sorry, but I can't hear you unless you're talking.
I was just a little muddled by how to be the clerk, that's all.
All right. So,
All right, motion to recommend 1171 with amendment, OTP.
second. Discussion.
I don't want to take up much time, but I think, exempting these parts of the licensing seems reasonable to me.
Thank you. Yeah, I support that. I believe this will open up the market for people who want to do this, who probably have done it all their lives. It's a niche market for the people, yeah, that want to provide the service, and there's demand clearly. So, thank you.
Oh, and then just one more thing real quick. A lot of these things, they don't even teach in the 1,500 hours of training. So if you get licensed in it, you still don't have the education required to be safe in these different tasks.
Thank you. Discussion? Sure, on the bill. Oh, on the bill, if you want to discuss the bill now, with the amendment, as amended.
Well, I would just respond to that by saying that there isn't any, you know, maybe the cosmetologists that are licensed don't have training in this, but neither do the people. There's no requirement that the people who will start doing this have any training either. And they can do it without any training.
Thank you. If there's no more discussion, we can vote. Yeah, all right.
Yeah, I'll vote
Um,
yes.
Representative Santanastasso. Oh, all right. I'm trying to think, then it was me, was it? Yes for me. Representative Goley,
No.
Representative Fellows,
No?
and the chair.
Yes.
So that would be the same as before, 3-2.
Thank you. So we're closing the hearing on this bill. We're going to, what's the number? 1560. Let me see. Pull it up. This one is a much simpler bill. Sorry. Getting to it. Yeah. Yeah, this is a much simpler bill. This is kind of a reciprocity. So somebody coming in from a different state with a current license can participate in the profession who is a non-resident. So I'd like to move forward this bill, 1560.
Second?
Thank you. I already described it, so that's all it is. Thank you. No amendment. No. It's very simple. Thank you. $15.60. Yeah. If you any question, any discussion, please. Representative Gawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I, too, will be voting against this. I think what we have in the current statute is sufficient and needs not be changed, as long as the requirements of other states are similar to ours, I think is proficient. I don't know what other states have in mind or what other states may do to lower the requirements, but if they are a very low standard, I'm not sure it's in the best interest of the folks here in New Hampshire to just automatically have a reciprocity with that state, so I can't support the change.
Thank you. Representative Fellows.
So, I agree with that exactly. So if, I know that there's an effort around the country. Other state legislators are also seeing a bill similar to this, but what it does is it just would, if one state lowers the requirements from, like 1,000 hours for cosmetology, for example, like 1,000 hours of training, and they lower it to like all you have to do is just register with us to get a license, then all the states that adopt this will suddenly have their standards plummet, and you won't even have time to react. You might not even know it happens, and there's not time for the legislators to react to that. So this is just unacceptable to me.
Thank you. further discussion? No discussion? Okay. If no more discussion, please, Mr. Clerk.
Representative Santo-Nastasso.
Yes.
Okay. Me, yeah, I'm a yes. Representative Gooley.
No.
No. Representative Fellows.
No.
And the chair.
Yes.
Okay, so a similar result, 3-2.
Thank you. I'll close the hearing. Oh, I got a gavel. Cool. There we go. All done. Thank you. You'll hear it again in a few minutes, I'm sure.
Okay, before we open the hearing, there's a couple of minor announcements. First of all, the sign-in sheet for the committee members is over by Representative Yakubovich. Sign in there. If you don't sign in, you will suffer the consequences. Whatever those are, yeah. I would be more specific, but I don't know what they are. That's a different sign-in, I think.
It is, definitely.
You will, I think the main thing is that you will be scolded for poor attendance. But I don't know who's doing the scolding. What's that? Ah, well, that's fine. All right. I have no idea. Okay. And in addition to the amendments going around, I have a letter I was sent by the head of the performance audit program regarding timing. That's for your information before we deal with the, there's that one, House Bill 1135.
So, I just got a text from Representative asking me to introduce
Who?
this bill, Representative Roy, so I can do that.
Do that now. Go for it.
What it is.
Okay. And, yes, my plan for our executive session is to start with the more contentious ones, because I've had several people say they want to leave early. So we will start with the tougher ones and finish up with the study committees. Okay. And it being 11 o'clock, I'm opening the hearing on House Bill 1256, and I call Mr. Grady.
Are we gonna have Jen introduce it?
Oh, we should have somebody introduce it. Yes, please. Representative Fellows is our,
Oh, Jennifer Rhodes is gonna do it.
oh, Jennifer's doing it. Okay, fine. Judy and
Good morning, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Representative Jennifer Rhodes. I represent the towns of Winchester, Richmond, Marlborough, Swansea, and Troy, which is Cheshire District 15. I'm here this morning for Representative Roy that asked me to introduce House Bill 1256 FN relative to positions within the Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services. I do not know very much about this bill, so my understanding is there is a gentleman that is here to testify this bill, so I would ask everybody to yield your questions to the gentleman that will speak after me.
please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, I am Warren Perry. I'm the Deputy Adjutant General for New Hampshire's Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services. The department wholeheartedly supports this bill. Actually, the prime sponsor, Representative Allard, submitted this bill at our request. What it does is it changes the classification system for two of the leaders, the senior leaders in the department. So the cemetery director, who is currently a classified employee, and the director of the Division of Community-Based Military Programs. In 2019, RSA 110B was amended, and it created the Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services, formerly the Adjutant General's Department. Now the department has three major divisions from a state perspective. Clearly the National Guard is part of the department, but from a state perspective, servicing the veterans of the state, we now have the Division of Veteran Services, the Division of Community-Based Military Programs, and the cemetery. All three of those divisions are authorized in existing statute. Currently, only the director of the Division of Veteran Services is in the unclassified personnel system. The other two directors still punch a time clock. In the past 4 years, the duties and responsibilities of those two positions that are on the classified system have evolved significantly, both in scope and responsibility. The current paradigm is outdated, inefficient, and an impediment to our mission accomplishment. Additionally, so I'll give you a little background on how those positions have evolved a little bit. 2 sessions ago, the Veterans Bill of Rights significantly added responsibility to the Division of Community-Based Military Programs. Now they have to administer a military skills test waiver program, enable the acceptance of military training and experience in professional licensing, and establish a program to end homelessness for veterans. The scope of the cemetery superintendent, which is how it's currently described in statute, has also evolved. Now he has to plan and budget for and coordinate some multi-million-dollar expansions at the cemetery, which is growing at almost an exponential rate. He coordinates directly with the Department of Veterans Affairs for funding and policy. In recent years, we've seen the number of, and when I say recent years, since 2015, the number of souls interred at the cemetery has doubled. Right, so the cemeteries are going to be 25 years old in September, and in the last 7 years, the census at the cemetery has doubled. We expect it to continue to be that high. Last year was the highest number of interments we had at the cemetery ever, with about 1,150 souls interred there. We also have executed in the last 8 years 3 expansions, and the next expansion to add 2,800 more columbarium niches will happen in FY24. So those 2 classified employees that lead those 2 divisions, right, they have fixed schedules, and their duties often require them to work outside of those fixed schedules. And it just makes it hard, right? So we have to punch a time clock. We have to ask for, changes to work schedules and those kinds of things. Moving them to the unclassified salaried system would just make it easier, more efficient, better for our mission accomplishment as we move forward. So this is something that we think will benefit the state at not an additional significant additional cost. Frankly, they're worth it, right? The incumbents that do these jobs right now and anybody who holds these jobs in the future will be worth it. They provide a tremendous service for the veterans and the citizens of the state of New Hampshire. Before I yield to questions, and I'll take all of your questions, I would like to say that I appreciate the work and help of Representative Fellows, who pointed out that some of the language in the bill as it was originally written and introduced had some very clunky language in it. And she has graciously, Representative Fellows has graciously agreed to submit an amendment to this bill. That amendment is 2022-096H. I think copies were available on the table. All the amendment does is clean up the clunky language when we submitted it to OLS and OLS wrote it, right? So this is probably on me as I drafted the language, and I appreciate the attention to detail that Representative Fellows provided and her counsel, which was outstanding. All it does is really delete some of that clunky language. So I imagine as you work through the executive session of the bill, you'll be able to address that, and it should clean up that clunky language. That concludes my testimony, and I'm happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you very much, Representative O'Brien.
Thank you. I understand what you're trying to do. These positions that you're trying to change into this new format, are they under any type of pension system that could be affected with these type of changes? Our good intentions could cause a blowback.
So the answer is they are part of the state's pension system, but my understanding is based on changes to the current law that they will, the way it's written now, that it will not disadvantage them making this change.
Yes, classified and unclassified employees both are covered under the pension system. Other questions?
And if I could clarify one other point, Madam Chair, is that they also recently said that they could keep their vacation earned, so we won't have to pay them out. The law changed recently, so any vacation that they've earned, we don't have to pay them out for that vacation. They can roll it into the unclassified system and either use it or be paid out later in their career.
Okay. Other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your favorable consideration of this bill.
Okay, Mr. Grady.
Good morning, Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the committee. For the record, my name is Kevin Grady. I am a 25-year veteran of our Air Force, and I'm a 23-year veteran of the town of Hooksett. Been living there for the last 23 years. Today, I'm here representing the State Veterans Advisory Committee. We're chartered by state RSA to take a look at bills and then come tell you what we think the veteran community thinks of this bill. We unanimously do support this bill, and if the committee will indulge me just a minute, I'd like to give you just a small history lesson on how we got to where we are today on this. In December of 2016, Governor-elect Sununu attended our State Veterans Advisory Committee, and he asked us a question that, frankly, we couldn't answer. And that question was, if I have a veteran who has a problem, who do I send them to? And we all looked at each other and said, well, I guess it sort of depends on what the problem is, and we can probably figure it out. And the governor said, you know, that really is not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for, as we used to say in the military, the single belly button I can push to get things done. And that sort of impetus resulted in the act 2 years ago, or in 2019, with the 2019 session, that created the Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services. And we realized all along as we were doing this and the bill was changing and everything else that there would be some things we would need to clean up a little bit once this was all done. And this bill is part of that cleanup process. I know both of the people involved in this personally. They're very hardworking folks. And as Mr. Perry said, they frequently do a lot of things that don't necessarily line up with a 9-to-5 schedule. I'll give you a couple of examples. My Association of Graduates of the Air Force Academy group wanted to do a community service project, and so we reached out to Sean Buck at the Veterans Cemetery, and he said, I've got a group of folks from Gold Star Mothers that are going to come in and clean gravestones in a week. And so we brought our group and combined with them, and between the three of us, or between the two groups, we cleaned about a third of the headstones in one weekend. But he had to be there, and members of his staff had to be there to help us on a weekend to get that done. When you have a job that is, you know, community relations oriented, like Amy Cook's job is, a lot of the things she needs to attend, the meetings she goes to, those kinds of things occur after hours, because the people that are doing those kind of volunteer things for our veterans in the community have a job during the day. I'm certain everyone in this room can appreciate that, given the time that you give up to do this. The last reason that we really support this bill is thinking big picture. Although we really like the job that Sean and Amy are doing, you know, things change. You know, opportunities arise. They're not always going to be in that position. And I think that when we look down the road, we're going to be able to attract a lot more qualified candidates if this is a salaried position rather than a time clock position. I think we're just going to set ourselves up for success better that way. So unless there are any questions, that's really all I wanted to say to you this morning. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there questions? Okay, I don't see any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 1256? Well, since there's nobody here. All right, in that case, I'm closing the public hearing. And I'm going to go into executive session and ask Representative Fellows to make a motion.
I'm just looking for the bill number. I'd like to make a motion of ought to pass for House Bill. Wait a minute, wait, just give me a second. 12. What's the number?
It's not on my list because we were just hearing it this morning.
Oh, this one. Oh. I'd like to make a motion of ought to pass, I'd like to ought to pass for House Bill 11. House Bill 1256.
I'll
FN.
second that, Madam.
Thank you. I would like to offer amendment number 2022-0969H as an amendment.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
From Representative O'Brien. Okay. Do you wish to speak to your motion, Representative Fellows?
Yes, on the amendment. The purpose of the amendment was to just clean up the language. The way it was originally drafted had some grammatical errors, and the most notable one was the phrase that said duties are listed below, and there was no below. The duties were actually in the next section. So that's just to clean up the bill, the amendment.
Okay. Do you wish to speak to your motion, Representative O'Brien, or your second?
I am fine. I think she perfectly stated it. Thank you.
Okay. Is there any discussion, questions, or comments on the amendment? Okay, seeing none. The motion is to pass Amendment 0969H to House Bill 1256, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Rhodes.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santo-D'Estaso.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui, monsieur.
Representative Horrigan.
Yes.
Representative Marsh.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Fontenot.
Yes.
Representative Grote.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
19-0 for the amendment.
Okay. The motion passes 19-0. Representative Fellows, do you wish to make a motion?
I move that we recommend ought to pass for House Bill 1256 with Amendment 0969.
And I'll second that.
Okay. The motion is ought to pass with amendment by Representative Fellows, second by Representative Pearson. Is there any discussion, debate, or questions or comments? Okay. If there are no questions, the clerk can call the roll when he's ready.
Representative Rhodes.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santo-Nastasa.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui, monsieur.
Representative Horrigan.
Yes.
Representative Marsh.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Fontenot.
Yes.
Representative Grote.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
And the chair
Yes.
at 19-0 as.
Okay,
Before.
the motion passes 19-0. Are there any objections to consent? All right, seeing none, we will put it on consent. And thank you all for being so incredibly efficient. We now have a short break before we can go to the executive session on our other bills. Well, actually, no.
You don't, because if it's noticed that it can happen at any time, then we could go into it right away.
Oh, okay. Thank you all for your scheduling comments. Representative Fellows, I'd appreciate your committee report today. Okay. Today. Okay. Well, it won't be on this week's, but it could be next week's, which will be some combination of Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Okay. So, Representative Rhodes, you have a motion on House Bill 1171.
Madam Chair,
Yes?
I just want to make sure we do things correctly, but it's my understanding that the rest of these bills are time certain for exec session. I'm not sure we can go forward.
That's what I was thought also.
If it's noticed on the public hearing that exec sessions could occur at any time,
That's, yeah, I think that is correct. I think we should take a break. If anyone wants them, there are muffins in the office, because we're going to go through at least 5 bills before we break for lunch. And Representative Fellows can work on our committee report.
if it was noticed that it could happen at any time, post them, you can exactly leave moment.
No, because these ones are specifically listed of 11:50.
Yeah.
We always list times for exec sessions.
Yeah. I expect we're going to get some people showing up at.
Other committees are doing it that way, so.
I will, we'll take at least a 15-minute break, and I will call the clerk and find out who should get the
The stuff
authority.
that, the stuff that's not controversial, that we know, we can handle this. I mean, sitting here for half an hour
Let me give Paul a call.
seems like
A waste, yes, exactly. I knew we could do this one. right, welcome to ED&A. Glad we waited. There's a lot of people here. Okay, Representative Rhodes, you have a motion on House Bill 1171.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I actually would like to pass amendment to House Bill 1171, which is 2022-0843H.
Okay, is there a second?
It's over there if you don't have it.
Yes. Would you run that number by me again?
Yes, it is 2022-0843H.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. You wish to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Basically, the amendment was clarifying some of the issues or concerns or the language that was brought up during the testimony. It's pretty straightforward. It just basically is saying that persons engaged in blow drying, styling, hairstyling, there's not going to be any kind of chemical services, and describing about if there's going to be any products that would be offered for sale.
Okay, thank you. Representative Yakubovich?
Oh, that's perfect. Nothing further.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Representative Grota?
On section 15, persons who demonstrate the use of cosmetic aid, beauty aid, or equipment, what does that mean? How do you demonstrate the use of, oh, you mean like makeup application? Is that what you mean? I don't know what that means.
Do you want me to? Is it okay if I answer that, Madam Chairman?
Please answer that question, yes.
So thank you for the question. So have you ever, if you walk through a mall and you'll sometimes see the people that will be demonstrating a straightener or a particular curling iron, those people necessarily are not licensed, but they're there demonstrating how a product works. So if you had one of these dry bars and somebody wanted to possibly buy, say, a straightener that you were using, that would be an example that they might have used the straightener on your hair, and then they have it for sale in their dry bar.
I have a comment. This is
Yes, follow up?
sorry, follow up. It says these are exceptions. It doesn't say that 15 is, am I just like overthinking this? 15 is not tied into 14 in any way, because what we're saying is people who engage in blow dry styling and hairstyling are exempt from the license. And then we say persons who demonstrate the use of cosmetic, beauty aid, or equipment for the purpose to the public, such beauty aid or equipment, that's exempt. But those people could also be working in the mall, right? Is that what you're saying?
All of those exemptions are independent.
They are all independent.
But a person may qualify under may perform more than one of those tasks.
Right. So my concern with this is that we still have eyelash extension application, and I'm not in support of this amendment as long as it involves chemicals in any way. And you have to stick those eyelashes on with glue, and that's a chemical, and it's near the eye. And I'm sorry to see this again in here, so I would not support this amendment based on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Horrigan.
I just have a quick question. Representative Rhodes referred to a dry bar, and I was actually here substituting that day, and I guess I heard the whole hearing on YouTube while driving over here. So what exactly is a dry bar, and why
Blow dry bar.
a blow dry bar?
Where someone goes to get their hair styled but not colored or permed.
And, okay.
Is that correct, Representative Rhodes?
Thank you. So one of these particular businesses would not offer, you would not be able to go and have your hair permed, you would not be able to have your hair colored, you would not be able to have your hair cut. There would not be any kind of chemical service at all. Whereas if you go into a salon, you very well may walk out and have some kind of a chemical burn. that unfortunately does happen regardless of how long a person is licensed. It happens. That would not be able to happen here. And as far as the eyelash extensions, I've been trying to find what the actual 10 states are, but unfortunately I'm having trouble. But I do know that we are only one of 10 states that still require that you have to have a license to do that. And as an example, California, I think we would all agree, is an incredibly regulated state, and they have eyelash bars everywhere. It's one of the new trends that you see popping up all over Hollywood, and you do not have to have a license to open up one of those kind of places. And in here, you would be able to do that if you wanted.
And so why do we?
Thank you.
Thanks. Follow up? Okay. No.
One follow-up. Okay, Representative Marsh.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be very brief. I don't think I can support Amendment 0843H. However, I could support the bill with the Prime Sponsors Amendment 0507H for many of the reasons that have already been said. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you. Representative Judy.
Yes, I'm going to echo the same thing like Representative Marsh. I am a sponsor of the bill, but this part here in the amendment, person engaged in the eyelash extension application, someone going to use glue in that person's eyes without a license, that trouble me. I will vote yes for the bill, but no for the amendment because of this part here.
Thank you, Representative Judy. Representative Blackus.
Maybe I'm confused, but I'm looking at the original bill, and it appears that it includes the eyelash extension in the original bill, so I don't know the amendment affects that. Am I missing something?
Representative Rhodes, if you could explain that.
Thank you. You are not missing something. It is in the original bill.
Representative Allegro.
I don't really pay much attention when I go down that aisle in the grocery store, but are not eyelash extension kits also on sale to the general public in CVS and places like that?
Yes, they are. So basically, you are able to go into any store, and you could buy a box of hair color, and you could go home and do that yourself. Now, those do have, they are not, as I would say, as potent as necessarily whenever you go in and have your hair done in a professional salon. However, bleach is bleach, and the peroxide that is used is, developer, I should say, is used is the same. They do have different strands of it, 10, 20, 30, and so forth. You can go in and buy eyelashes, and yes, it does come with glue, but some, of course, are magnetic and so forth. As far as the potency of that particular glue, I don't know. I'm not an expert in that, but I do know that it also would require, adult supervision if you're a child. So we did have, the representative did speak of having somebody that came in and had that happen where there was an issue with the glue. I don't know the age of that person, but I would have to think that if somebody was going in and having eyelash extensions put on, they would at least be of age to be able to have that done or have an adult say it was okay.
Representative Grota.
Thank you. During the testimony, I did object to chemicals in this bill, and so I had hoped that we would take the eyelash extension out. And for clarification, eyelash extension and artificial lashes that you buy at the grocery store are quite two very different things. The eyelash extension are individuals' hairs that are glued to the individual eyelash. And it's done very quickly, and it's done with a very different kind of glue that you would buy on the supermarket shelves. So I'm sorry that there's this misunderstanding, but eyelash extensions are quite different from the things that you buy at the grocery store. And the chemicals involved, the glue involved, is significantly stronger because they stay on for at least a month.
Thank you for that. I certainly was not aware of that, for one. Any other comments or questions, discussion? Representative Fellows.
I'm not going to repeat the things that have already been said, but on the original bill on line 5 of the first page, it defines blow drying as including hair extensions. And I just don't, and which can be applied with glue also. And I just think that including extra things under blow drying other than just a description of blow drying is not a good idea.
Are there other questions, comments, discussions? All right, seeing none. The motion on the floor is adoption of Amendment 0843H to House Bill 1171, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Rhodes.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lazara.
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
No.
Representative Schuett.
No.
Representative Judy.
No, monsieur.
Representative Horgan.
No.
Representative March.
No.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Fontenot.
No.
Representative Grote.
No.
Representative O'Brien.
No.
And the chair?
Yes.
Uh, 11-8.
The motion passes 11-8. Representative Rhodes? You have a motion?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move ought to pass for House Bill 1171. As amended.
With amendment.
Yes. In lieu of Representative Schmidt, I will tell you that's with amendment, at least in this committee. Is there a second? Thank you, Representative Judy. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So during the testimony and even what we've just heard with the amendment, I think if your mind is already made up, your mind is already made up. However, if it is not, there's a couple of things I would really like to point out. And one of them is that this would not allow somebody to go in and have their hair cut. You're not going to have your hair colored. You are going to go in and have your hair styled as if you were if you're going to the prom, maybe you're going to be on TV for something. Same thing with, makeup application. There was talk about if you are, going to be on TV doing an interview in the state of New Hampshire, you actually would have to have a professional license to be able to do theatrical makeup. And, you can actually take classes to do that. You don't have to be licensed in order to do that. But here you would actually have to be licensed. This would stop that. This would make somebody that maybe used to have a cosmetology license and for whatever reason it has lapsed, it's expired. They may years later change their mind and want to be able to get back into the profession. This would make that possible. It also, you would not have to go through the entire process of being licensed and the expense that can be, $21,000 to $25,000 in order to have that happen. The other thing that is very, very important that I want to point out is we heard testimony and it said that they learn how to identify and treat conditions of the scalp. That is absolutely false. That is illegal. A cosmetologist is not allowed in any way, shape, or form to treat a condition. They are not doctors. If somebody come in and had head lice, they would have to ask that person to leave. They are not allowed to treat that. I think there's more on here, but I think we already have the gist of it. Thank you.
Representative Judy? Okay, thank you. Representative Goldie and then Marsh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be real brief, being on the subcommittee and voting against the earlier amendment that we had, and now this ought to pass with the amendment. I will speak briefly on that amendment as now that it is part of the bill dealing with the eyelash extensions. And I think we've heard very specifically that eyelash extensions are totally different than eyelash kits that you buy in the store. And I think we've heard in the testimony, maybe possibly from a member of this committee, about someone's eye being glued shut and having to be opened due to the potency of the glue used.
Representative Goley, that, although it's true that someone had to cut an eyelid open, there was no testimony as to how that happened.
Point well taken, but it was brought to our attention that that had happened. So for those reasons, with this being still part of the amendment, if it had been removed, I would have supported the rest of it, but I cannot with this in the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Marsh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And while I am concerned about eyes being glued shut, my biggest problem with this bill is actually a different section of the bill. It's Section 8 of the bill. We heard testimony from the Department of Justice that this would give the Attorney General a new area of enforcement. I think the regulation of speech that is being done in this section of the bill could easily become a violation of the First Amendment. It took it out completely?
Yes. Section 8 has been
I stand
totally
corrected.
deleted.
Thank you very much.
Glad to oblige. Representative Schiff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I still have concerns about the bill. Just something as simple as a shampoo. Some people have allergies. I'm not sure if someone who has not had more extensive training would recognize if an allergy shows up to something as simple as shampoo. I also heard during testimony that if someone is not licensed and a client has an issue, that it would make it more difficult for them to bring an action against someone who has damaged them. So those are my concerns.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Representative Rhodes, are you?
Thank you. In response to the comment that was just made, I'm sure I would be corrected if I'm wrong, but I believe that a person can bring legal action pretty much against anybody, especially if there was damages done. I don't think if you're licensed or not would have any effect on that. And actually, I would think that if you were not and there was some damage that done, I'm pretty sure there'd be a line of attorneys waiting to be able to bring action against that.
Anyone else? Comments, questions? Representative Fellows, and then Schuett.
Yeah, I would just like to add that, my objection is to the eyelash extensions because of the glue, and I think that blow drying could include glue, so I don't support that also.
Thank you, Representative Schuett.
Thank you. I don't want to get into a whole debate here, but I will acknowledge that yes, lawsuits are possible. However, that would not prevent the person from continuing to practice.
Okay. Anyone? Any other comments, questions, concerns? Okay, in that case, the motion is ought to pass with amendment by Representative Rhodes, seconded by Representative Judy, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Rhodes.
Yes?
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lazara.
Yes.
Representative Santo-Nastasso.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
No.
Representative Schuett.
No.
Representative Judy.
Oui, monsieur.
Representative Horgan.
No.
Representative Marsh.
No.
Representative Fellows.
No.
Representative Fontno.
No.
Representative Groda.
No.
Representative O'Brien.
No.
And the chair.
Yes.
Looks like 11-8 again.
Okay, the motion passes 11-8. Committee, is there going to be a minority report
Yes.
by Representative Groda? It's due today.
Okay.
And, okay, in that case, it will not be on consent. Yes, Representative Sajtek?
We voted the bill, but we just have different levels of where the danger is, that's all.
Yes. Also, cyanoacrylic adhesive is easy to spread around if you're sloppy.
Different evaluations.
Representative Pearson, you have a motion on House Bill 1061.
I do. My motion is ought to pass with amendment, introducing amendment 0948H. 1061.
1061.
Oh, four,
Is there a second?
what is that number?
1061, the midwives.
Oh,
Second.
Okay.
I'm sorry, could you please repeat the motion? I was looking
It's a
for the-
motion on House Bill 1061 and to adopt Amendment 0948H. Do you wish to speak to your motion, Representative Pearson?
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. This went to my subcommittee. We wrestled around with the various aspects of what we heard in testimony in reference to, especially in reference to the way the board was altered in the original bill, and in recognizing that took things a little too far. The amendment restores the Midwife Advisory Council back to its original makeup of 6 members, but does now include 2 alternates, as we are trying to add alternates to the various boards. And it defines what the alternates are in reference to who they alternate for. The other part was during the original bill, there were sections that were directed specifically to the executive director, and we felt that there were some areas where it really should read executive director in consultation with the council in those locations that involve aspects of the specific profession and not administrative pursuits were amended into, or were modified in this amendment to read executive director in consultation with the board, and that occurred in roughly 9 or 10 spots. We also discovered an error in the original drafting in line 24 on page 3, where it directed the fee that was involved. It referenced a section of law that was inappropriate, so we fixed that to RSA 310, which is the RSA that establishes OPLC's ability to set the renewal fees for the various boards. That is the gist of the amendment.
Thank you. Representative Rhodes, do you wish to speak to your second?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Representative Pearson said it all.
Okay.
It's Pearson Roads.
Yes.
Okay.
Any comments, questions, Representative Sitek, and then Marsh?
I'm going to take this opportunity to say something slightly off topic. I'll say it once for the day, and that's that I've grown increasingly uncomfortable with, in consultation with, who has the final word. Are we talking about discipline? Are we talking about, I understand some of this has already been answered, but the questions come up. Is this about scope of practice? Is it, where does administration blend into this lack of quorum business? I think this is it is a difficult issue. I'm not sure I'm happy with this solution. I'm not going to man the ramparts on this thing, but I'm just uncomfortable with in consultation with as a substitute for a more thorough analysis of how this situation should be handled on these orphan boards. And I'm done for the day on that topic.
Thank you. Representative Marsh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Unfortunately, I don't think I can support either this amendment or the bill as amended. Unlike many of the boards that we've been discussing today, this was not brought to us because of a quorum issue. OPLC told us that, and they sent us a letter dated January 20th, that the reason they brought this to us is their concern about antitrust issues as brought forward by North Carolina State Board of Dental Examiners versus the FTC. I think those concerns are overblown because the midwives in New Hampshire are providing a service at a lower cost than the alternatives. They're providing it in some of the maternity deserts of the state where women do not have good access to maternity care. For instance, where I live, it is well over an hour's drive to where maternity care would be accessible, and that's highly problematic for a great many of the young families in the state of New Hampshire. I don't believe this bill is ready at this time. I think that what we ought to do is send this bill to interim study, and I will not be voting in favor either of the amendment or of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be voting for the amendment because it does make the bill better. I tend to agree with Representative Marsh that we had an awful lot of feedback from not only midwives, but many of their clients, that they're not happy with what they see as a loss of autonomy over the profession. And I also will point out to Representative Sytek's comments that we are hopeful that we'll be able to come up with a group of this committee and the Senate, the body on the other side of the aisle, to oversee what's going on at OPLC in an opportunity for the boards to have a place to bring issues that they are having in defining the difference between administrative and overseeing the professions. Thank you.
Okay. I'd like to comment that currently the OPLC has a great deal of authority over the boards, but it's not entirely clear who does what to whom or when. And this bill, among the others that we have, is an attempt to clarify the responsibility. I've been reading the emails we get from people saying we don't want state control of midwives, but that shows a total misunderstanding of the current situation, which is that midwives are licensed by the state and controlled by a board established by the state and the OPLC in a rather confusing manner. So I'm convinced that a great deal of the opposition to this is due to misunderstandings and the fact that we have a very confusing setup right now because the OPLC has statutory authority and it's not clear how that relates to the authority of the board. This bill is an attempt to straighten that out. Any other comments? Representative Lekis.
Briefly, I support the amendment. I would have voted against the bill as originally written, but because I understood the concerns about the membership of the board, but I can support the amendment and then the bill with the amendment. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? All right, seeing none, the motion is to adopt Amendment 0948H to House Bill 1061, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Rhodes.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso.
Yes.
Representative Goli.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui, monsieur.
Representative Horgan.
Yes.
Representative Marsh.
No.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Fontenot.
Yes.
Representative Grote.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
18 to 1.
Okay, the amendment is adopted by a vote of 18 to 1. Representative Pearson, you have a motion.
I have a motion ought to pass with amendment 0948H.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Do you wish to speak to your
I do.
motion?
I think the chair brought up a very good point, and it really boils down to this. If this bill doesn't pass, OPLC still has authority over this board, but they do it in a very muddy situation. There seems to be a tremendous amount of confusion and complaints on both sides back and forth in reference to who's responsible for what, where the records are kept, who's performing what function. And this bill clarifies what is the responsibility of OPLC and what is the responsibility of the board. What this bill does not do is remove it. So the choice is simple. They continue to operate in a very muddy situation, or they can operate with some structure. And that's really it. There's no other alternative here. So I think that this provides clarification as to who does what, because it allows for independent oversight in reference to complaints and investigations. It should satisfy the ruling that came out of North Carolina, and this will move them forward with what I hope to be a better relationship with OPLC, because they're stuck with OPLC. Thank you.
Representative Rhodes, do you wish to speak to your second?
I'm all set. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Marsh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to expound upon a point that Representative Sytek made. This bill, as amended, concentrates power in the executive director of OPLC. Now, we may have a good person in that position, or we may have a bad person in that position. But if we have someone in that position who, for whatever reason, does not want to continue midwifery in the way it has been practiced in New Hampshire for a great many years, they would very much have the power to make it almost impossible for these people to practice. That would have the unintended consequence of removing obstetrical care from some large areas of the state which are currently significantly underserved. And I think that is far too much power to concentrate in the hands of a single individual, and therefore I do not understand why some of the people who otherwise would oppose government control of various activities in the state would be supportive of this bill as amended. So thank you very much.
I believe most of those people would be perfectly happy to delete the requirement for licensing midwives, but which is an entirely different matter. Representative Sytek?
Well, if we're going to argue about gluing eyelashes, this is the birth of a human being. Come on.
Thank you, Representative Sytek.
Well, excuse me. To finish, Representative Schuett, when you get together with the body on the other side of the wall, see if you can come up with a template to straighten this whole thing out, okay?
Yes, Representative Schuett.
Just briefly, Representative Sytek, it is in the works.
Other comments, questions?
Madam Chair,
debate? Yes, Representative Pearson.
It would be possible under this theory then for the director of OPLC to eliminate the profession of electrician. It could eliminate the profession of plumber, eliminate a whole bunch of professions. There's nothing in this statute that directs or makes clear in any way that the intention is to remove this profession. And I think that is just tremendous fear mongering on something that is just not happening in this state.
Okay. Representative Allegro.
I don't think there's any segment of our society that looks down on electricians, but there is a segment of society that looks down on midwifery. And no, the director of OPLC cannot, with a single swing of the axe, end the profession. But as we've seen in so many other venues, so many avenues of our lives, they can make it utterly miserable and difficult for it to survive. So they're not quite the same, but I respectfully disagree on that one.
Representative Golick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be real brief. While I supported the amendment, I cannot support ought to pass with amendment. I think there were a number of us who met over at OPLC, and when we talked about advisory boards, we talked about ones that were small and had troubles meeting quorums. We didn't hear of that problem here for a reason to make it advisory. We heard about a court case. We didn't hear about that when we were over there until this day of the public hearing. We don't have a letter from the AG's office advising us whether or not that court case would affect this decision here. So for that reason, I cannot support the bill as amended until we get further information regarding that court case. Thank you.
Other comments, questions, discussion? All right, seeing none, the motion is ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 1061, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Rhodes,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson,
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich,
Yes.
Representative Lekis,
Yes.
Representative Allegro,
No.
Representative Bailey,
Yes.
Representative Lazara,
Yes.
Representative Santo-Nastasa,
No.
Representative Goli,
No.
Representative Schuett,
No.
Representative Judy,
Non, monsieur.
Representative Horrigan,
No.
Representative Marsh,
No.
Representative Fellows,
No.
Representative Funtno,
No.
Representative Grote,
No.
Representative O'Brien,
No.
and the chair.
Yes.
8 yeses, 11 noes.
The motion fails. Representative Allegro, you have another motion.
Yes, Madam Chair, I would like to move this bill to interim study, please.
And I'll second that motion.
Okay, the motion is interim study by Representative Allegro, seconded by Representative Marsh. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
Briefly, yes. I've expressed recently that I have a great deal of respect for OPLC and their director, but what I've seen recently is making me think twice about consolidating so much decision-making into the hands of a director. So I think this is a case where a little more time for further consideration would really help me to reach the most informed decision, and I would hope others will support that.
Thank you, Representative Marsh.
I concur with that statement, and I think I've said enough already.
Thank you. Any further discussion, comments? Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With all due respect to Representative Pearson, I think this is probably the best outcome for this bill at this time.
Sure. Anyone else? Representative Pearson.
This was not my bill, so I don't really have a heartstrings bone on this one. What my concern is that interim study, it means various things to various people, and we do often refer to it as death with dignity. So the concern that I have here is that the relationship between the midwife board and OPLC is really bad right now. We have done nothing to repair that, and OPLC still has full authority over that board. So I hope that if this is going to be interim studied, that it actually is looked at to figure out how to make this work better between those two agencies, because they are married and there's no divorce in sight.
Anyone else? Comments? Representative Marsh.
Yes, in response to Representative Pearson, I just would like to say that I have heard from members of the board, some of whom are in attendance today, that they are perfectly willing to work with OPLC to come up with language that is acceptable to all parties. And I personally believe that until that happens, it's not time for us to pass a bill.
Thank you. Representative Grote.
Thank you. I think this committee has other bills related to OPLC in interim study, and I think that the purpose of that motion and the obligation of this committee is to truly amend those bills in a way that's acceptable.
Thank you. Anyone else? Comments? Questions? All right, seeing none, the motion is interim study on House Bill 1061, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Rhodes,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson,
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich,
Yes.
Representative Lekis,
Yes.
Representative Allegro,
Yes.
Representative Bailey,
Yes.
Representative Lazara,
Yes.
Representative Santo-Nastasa,
Yes.
Representative Goli,
Yes.
Representative Schuett,
Yes.
Representative Judy,
Oui, monsieur.
Representative Horrigan,
Yes.
Representative Marsh,
Yes.
Representative Fellows?
Yes.
Representative no.
Yes.
Representative Grota?
Yes.
Representative O'Brien?
Yes.
The chair,
Yes.
19-0.
The motion passes 19-0. Is there any objection to consent? All right, seeing none, we'll put this one on consent. Okay, Representative Kubovich, you have a motion on House Bill 1330.
Yes, Madam Chair, I move to adopt the amendment 2022-0399H.
Is there a second?
Would you mind repeating that number?
Please repeat that number.
It is 2022-0399H.
03, okay, got it.
You should.
I have it, but it's buried.
Yes. Is there a second to that motion? Thank you. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes, please, yes. We had a hearing on the amendment, we had a hearing on the bill. And by various indicators, the position of medical technicians doesn't really need to be licensed. We already have layers and layers of institutions and persons that oversee this profession. They can't really work on their own. They work in a hospital, in a lab. That's why this is a cleanup bill. I don't know we use that language, but this is what the amendment does. It takes medical technicians out of the professional licensure and certification office. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Lekis, do you wish to speak to your second?
No, thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Marsh and
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I am afraid that I cannot support this amendment, which in essence would repeal the Board of Registration of Medical Technicians. The purpose of this board, as we heard extensive testimony from healthcare experts, it was to protect the public from hepatitis C exposure, as actually happened at Exeter Hospital. And there have been, since the institution of this new registration, there have been no incidences of this happening in the state of New Hampshire. So this was a problem that was solved. That's not to say that we cannot improve the board. I do believe that the minority amendment, which we can discuss later, would improve this bill substantially. But to actually repeal this entire board is substantial overreach and would put the public at risk for significant harm that has happened to numerous people in our state. So thank you for that.
Representative Grota?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have the same concerns that Representative Marsh has, and I just wanted to, do any of these RSAs that, why were these RSAs chosen? Are these RSAs licensure for medical technicians in various professions of the medical industry? I'm trying to connect.
Those are the licensing RSAs for various medical professions. Doctors, physicians, nurses, psychologists, etc. And it deletes RSA 328I, which is the medical technician registration.
And further question, please.
Please.
So underneath these RSAs, are there medical technician categories, or are they just? And if
No, they are, it is one category.
Last question. So in
And-
essence, we are removing the licensing procedure for medical technicians, and I don't understand what the significance of these RSAs. What's the difference between saying this and just deleting?
This is simply deleting the reference to the registration of medical technicians in RSA 310A, which is allowing telehealth services.
Thank you.
And anyone else? Representative Bailey and then SciTech.
I'm not certain, but I think the notion that there haven't been any problems since the board has been put in place, therefore, that was a solution, is in the nature of a post hoc, propter hoc logical error?
Thank you, Representative Bailey, for educating us on the proper use of logic. Representative Sitek?
Bailey beat me to the punch.
Representative Goley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. During the public testimony, we heard many reasons why we register these individuals and the reason why this RSA was put in place. We also heard from a number of healthcare groups supporting keeping this in place and not repealing it. And I specifically asked those groups if it was in the best interest of the public to register these individuals, because that's what we have licensing for here in the state. When we look at whether a license is practical or not, it's whether it's in the best interest of the public and public health, protecting the public. And the answer was yes. So I cannot support the amendment to repeal the registration of these individuals, and I'll be voting against the amendment. Thank you.
Representative Sitek?
Representative Goley, I heard you ask that question. What other answer could they possibly give as a health professional?
I believe that's a rhetorical question. Thank you. I'd like to comment that as one of the few members of the committee that was here when we imposed this registration, it was pointed out that the main purpose of it being registration rather than a license is that we can't define what the duties or skills of a medical technician are, because they are highly variable, and that they are determined by the employer, which is generally a hospital or some other medical clinic. And that the whole point of registration was to scare off the people who would fail the background check, because the entire medical technician industry has a practice of, and the whole medical professions and industry has a policy of firing someone who performs these immoral, at least, acts, whether or not they're illegal, and then fires them and sends them on without having any way to say that they are unqualified to be in a position of trust or actually dealing with someone's medical experience. And so that the thought was that we would make it a hassle and convince those medical technicians with bad records to go to other states where it's easier to get a job. And which is, I think, violating the principle of registration, but that's my personal opinion. Representative Allegro?
Thank you. I would like to echo what Representative Sitek and Bailey pointed out, but in less rhetorical form. When we ask if we're protecting the public with an action, it's easy to focus on the specific group that's receiving those services at that time. There's a bigger question: are we protecting the public in general? And that goes to Representative Sitek's point. And to Representative Bailey's point, he's absolutely right. If we voted to all wear a pocket handkerchief after that accident, the result probably would have been the same, that there would have been a reduction in those incidents. Thank you.
Representative Sitek?
It was a criminal act. It wasn't an accident.
Yes, exactly. It was a criminal act, or actually a series of criminal acts. Anyone else have a comment? Discussion? Okay, I think positions are settled. The motion is to adopt Amendment 0399 to House Bill 1330, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Rhodes?
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson?
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich?
Yes.
Representative Lekis?
Yes.
Representative Allegro?
Yes.
Representative Bailey?
Yes.
Representative Lanzara?
Yes.
Representative Santo-Nastasa?
Yes.
Representative Goley?
No.
Representative Schuett?
No.
Representative Judy?
No, monsieur.
Representative Horrigan?
No.
Representative Marsh?
No.
Representative Fellows?
No.
Representative Fontenot?
No.
Representative Grote?
No.
Representative O'Brien?
No.
The chair?
Yes.
10-9.
All right.
On the adoption of the amendment.
The amendment is adopted on a vote of 10 to 9. Representative Kubovich?
I motion to pass the bill with amendment. HB 1330.
Okay.
Thank
Is
you.
there a second? Representative Lekis? Do you wish to speak to your motion?
I believe we discussed everything about this numerous times, so
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Lekis?
I agree.
Okay. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the bill as amended?
With amendment.
All right, seeing none, since the amendment replaces the bill. The motion is to pass House Bill 1330 with Amendment 0399H, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Rhodes.
Yes.
Representative, the clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso.
Yes.
Representative Goli.
No.
Representative Short.
No.
Representative Judy.
No, Mr. Chair.
Representative Horgan.
No.
Representative Marsh.
No.
Representative Fellows.
No.
Representative Fontenot.
No.
Representative Grote.
No.
Representative O'Brien.
No.
And the chair.
Yes.
10-9 on the ought to pass as amended.
All right. The motion passes 10 to 9. Will there be a minority report?
Yes, there will be.
Okay, Representative Marsh will write a minority report due today.
It's already written, Madam Chair.
Ah, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, well, that will not be on consent. Okay. Representative Rhodes, you have a motion on House Bill 1560?
I believe I do. Oh, boy. Thank you, Madam Chair. I move ought to pass on House Bill 1560.
And Judy seconds. Okay, thank you. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes, Madam Chairman, thank you. So House Bill 1560 is not trying to take away any kind of licenses or opening any kind of businesses without a cosmetology license. This bill is actually making it easier for those individuals that are already licensed in another state to be able to operate in New Hampshire if they are already licensed. So basically, we're talking about the reciprocity. If you have a license in another state when you move to New Hampshire, it is actually quite difficult to obtain a New Hampshire license. As an example, you have to have the documentation from the school where you have obtained a license. If you already have it and you've passed the test, I'm not really sure why you have to go back and be able to get the transcripts from that particular school. Sometimes the school is closed. There's many examples. I personally fell into that. The school I graduated from closed like a month later. You have to be able to have proof of your high school diploma. Same thing, high schools sometimes close. The other thing that we need to keep in mind is your skill or your license does not change when you cross a state line. You're still doing the exact same service. You're just doing it in a different state. Some states that do require more licensing hours, as an example, if you live in Vermont and you attend a school in New Hampshire, the reason you have to have more hours isn't because you necessarily wanted to have more hours. It's because that's the amount of hours that were required in order to graduate. And we heard testimony that was saying that these people wanted more hours because it was more training, when the reality is that that is what was required for them to be able to graduate. So basically, you know, if you move to New Hampshire and you want to continue driving a car, you're able to do that. You have to go take the test, you know, pass the state laws, and you drive. So I'm not really sure why New Hampshire is making it quite so difficult, but I think at the end of the day, we want to promote entrepreneurship, and we want people to be able to continue earning a living and not make it more difficult once they cross the state line.
Representative Judy?
Yeah, Representative Rhodes says everything, so I don't have to go there. We are hungry now.
Thank you. Representative Grota, you had a comment.
I just have a question on the reciprocity. Is this bill in line with other bills where we've allowed for the same kind of reciprocity?
Pretty much, except that for real estate, we require New Hampshire-specific law test. The cosmetology industry doesn't have any New Hampshire-specific laws that they need to be aware of.
Thank you.
Representative Marsh and then Goley and Fellows.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I can agree with all the comments that were previously made. I just question whether they're pertinent to the bills that we see before us. If we look at this bill, what it does is it removes the phrase, other states' licensing requirements are substantially equivalent to or higher than those of this state, and replaces them with applicant holds a current and valid license. That doesn't address any of the concerns that were addressed previously. All it does is it means if they have a license somewhere else, we're going to give them a license here, whether or not their license is for something that's totally unequivalent. So I don't think that's really what we're intended to do. And I don't see how that's any different from just repealing the licensing requirement altogether. So I don't think this bill is ready in its current form, and I cannot support it. Thank you.
Representative Goley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I too cannot support this. We set standards here in New Hampshire for a reason, and when we look at those standards, we like to make sure that those are licensed under the standards we set are the way they are done. This doesn't keep those standards in place. It just says as long as they're licensed, no matter what the credentials were, coming forward, no longer having them equal to or higher than New Hampshire standards. And just for the second part, if you look at that language, it caught my eye when we were talking about midwifery. That same language is in that statute as well. And it says the exact same thing, reciprocity. Applicant who is licensed by any other state provided that state's licensing or certification requirements are substantially equivalent or higher to those of the state. So we have it in other statutes, and I think we should keep it there. Thank you.
Representative Fellows.
My comment is on this, along the same line. The current language allows for a substantially equivalent. So, for example, if a cosmetology person wanted to get licensed in New Hampshire and the hours required for an apprenticeship or the program was 10% less, I assume that that would qualify as substantial. But what this does is it opens the door for some other state, and we might not even know about it right away, decides that they don't need to license cosmetologists at all, they're just going to register them, and then instantly the state of New Hampshire has that as their standard. And with no prior notice, not even time for legislature to say, oh no, we don't want that, it'll be too late. So this just is not workable as far as I'm concerned.
I'd like to comment that the phrase substantially equivalent is rather subjective, and in many cases there have been very subjective decisions made that a person who was not concerned about bringing in more people to compete with their business might not think were not substantially equivalent. People have been denied denied a license for reasons that some people would think invalid. And also, as Representative Rhodes mentioned, there's the absolute hassle of getting the documentation required, and which we removed when we dealt with the mental health workers. We deleted the requirement that we made explicit in statute that someone with a license from another location did not have to provide their transcripts, their supervision reports, and other things that a person who's been in the profession for a long time is going to have trouble locating and verifying. I mean, I know I couldn't find my high school diploma, and I'm not sure I could find my college diploma. So I'm concerned that that requirement in our statute is too vague and offers too much opportunity for self-serving decisions and too subjective, and so I'm going in favor of repealing that. Representative Fellows.
I just wanted to say that I agree, substantial can be subjective, but in terms of having to find diplomas or, proof that you passed a test, the individual wouldn't have to do that. They just, if that state that they're coming from had that requirement, they wouldn't have to produce those documents for a second time.
Representative Rhodes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman. So couple things I would like to point out is if anybody in the committee has not looked up the reciprocity agreements to have a New Hampshire cosmetology license, I would encourage you to do that. Honestly, it is not as simple. It is not simple at all. So as an example, if I have a license in Pennsylvania and I move to New Hampshire, I would have to have a letter verifying my school and my training. Keep in mind, if I come with a current license, a current cosmetology license for the state of Pennsylvania, if I come here and I want to continue practicing, I would have to show the verification of the school I went to. If that school closes, you are not able to obtain that. So the fact that you have that current cosmetology license is almost pointless. You have to show your copy of your high school diploma. Again, if you already have that current license, you're not doing anything different. And one of the biggest things I would like to point out for everybody to pay attention to is you do not have to take the state laws test in the state of New Hampshire to say that you understand the difference between the laws in New Hampshire and what other state you already came from. So this is not about laws. This comes down to skill. The skill is exactly the same thing.
Representative Sitek.
I do come from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. What I'd love to see, we debate in these four walls as this is the world. I have a completely different slant on this. Has anybody actually looked up and said Wyoming has less standards and we can't trust somebody from Wyoming? It'd be nice to have a list of the states that we don't trust. Is there such a state among our 50?
Representative Sitek, the boards have been requested on multiple occasions to identify states where the requirements are not substantially equivalent, and most of them have declined to do so.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I would like to agree with Representative Rhodes as the issues that she had transferring her license. However, this does not appear to me to be a problem with statute. It appears to be a problem with the rules that are implementing the statute, and that is an entirely different question. I don't think we need to give up the requirement that the other states' licensing requirements are substantially equivalent. Thank you.
Anyone else? Representative Fellows.
Yes, I don't mean to drag this out, but the situation that Representative Marsh just explained, is that the reason that it's hard to get the cosmetology license, because the board hasn't specified that Pennsylvania or any other particular state is similar or substantially similar, and it's not.
They deal with each person individually, which is grossly inefficient.
Oh.
And for example, in Massachusetts, they require only 1,000 hours of training, which for the areas of public safety are probably quite adequate. The national organization has said 1,000 hours is appropriate. Anyone else? Representative?
Yeah, so I'm scrolling through the state requirements for cosmetology as we're talking through this, and I don't really have an issue with if someone has a state license from another state, having them get a New Hampshire state license doesn't seem to be an issue to me because as I'm scrolling through, there isn't one state other than Massachusetts that requires less than 1,000 hours, and I think that New Hampshire falls in line with the rest of the country. So, in my opinion, if there's a licensed cosmetologist in another state, I wouldn't have a problem with them having a license in New Hampshire.
Of Horrigan?
Well, this is beyond the scope of an amendment to this bill, or at least it'd be non-germane, but if there's a problem with professional schools in cosmetology or any other field closing and then not depositing the records with a surviving institution, then that's probably something that would be a useful subject for a bill, because I know with colleges and high schools, even if your college or high school closes, they usually deposit their records with another institution. So if that's not the case with professional or trade schools, then it probably should be.
Thank you. I agree with you. That's a wise procedure, but totally irrelevant. Representative Sytek.
How are we going to enforce that in Oregon? School closes.
Exactly. Thank you.
At least we can-
Does anyone else have a
I can
comment or a question about the bill? All right, seeing none, the motion is ought to pass on House Bill 1560 by Representative Rhodes, and the clerk can call the roll. There's no amendment.
This ought to pass.
Sorry, it's possible. Ought to pass, no amendment.
Representative Rhodes.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
No.
Representative Schuett.
No.
Representative Judy.
Oui, monsieur.
Representative Horrigan.
No.
Representative Marsh.
No.
Representative Fellows.
No.
Representative Fontenot.
No.
Representative Grote.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
No.
And the chair.
Yes.
12-7? 12-7.
Okay, the motion passes 12-7. Will there be a minority report? Not seeing any. Is there objection to consent?
What's 12-7?
Yes.
There is objection to consent. We'll put this on the regular calendar.
Oh, come on, we can do it.
No.
I've looked foolish before, and it'll happen again, so I'm not too worried about it. Okay. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. One more. Yes. One more light bill. Representative Allegro, do you have a motion on House Bill 1173?
Yeah, I don't at this time. I
Okay,
believe
thank
somebody
you,
else was
Representative
interested.
Kubovich.
Yes, Madam Chair. I move ought to pass 1173. Yes, Madam Chair. So this is about human history. This is fascinating topic, and the people as they appeared on the American continent. I'll try to be very brief, but there's a lot to talk about. So people originated about 200,000 years in Africa, and they migrated all over the planet. They traveled through Arabia, through Europe, Eurasia. So the American peoples got here over Siberia, over the Bering Straits. They walked over probably ice down the American continent, up and down the American continent from North America. And about 14,000 years ago, they got here. Those are the original migrants. Those are the indigenous people as we know them today. Other tribes, they came on foot. It took many generations to get here. It's just amazing what they did. Other peoples all over the world got as far as Australia and other continents. And then, so history is full of these fascinating facts. And on December 23rd, in 1994, the United Nations, actually the Subcommission on Promotion and Protection of Human Rights, so the General Assembly of the United Nations recognized the indigenous people, and they recognized the Indigenous Peoples Day back then. So this is where this bill is coming from. I believe that there is time that for the people of our lands, for the people of New Hampshire, we finally extend the courtesy to them and recognize them just the same. And that's why I'm moving out to pass on the bill, the Indigenous Peoples Day. Thank you.
Representative Judy?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I think the indigenous people deserve to be recognized in New Hampshire. It seems like we forgot our past, but we can't forget them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Comments, questions? Representative Horrigan?
Yes, if you recall, I came in and testified against this bill last month, and I've been a sponsor, co-sponsor of several bills establishing the second Monday in October as the Indigenous Peoples' Day holiday, and that's very specifically what the purpose of that was, to try to get official recognition for a holiday, for a celebration that's already being celebrated, that the indigenous peoples in the United States of America and people like myself who have no indigenous ancestry to speak of, that's the day we've adopted, and there's various reasons why that's controversial, but that's the day they've been celebrating. So they were not asking for permission for us to give us just a day to celebrate. They were like trying to get official recognition for the celebration that has already been going on for a number of years, and in fact has probably become more popular than Columbus Day. So that's why, as a proponent of changing the second Monday in October from its current name to Indigenous Peoples Day, that's why, at least for me, that's not a acceptable compromise. And also say this is the first time, if this passes in the law, it's the first time we've ever passed a law that says something good about the UN, which,
Thank you, Representative
so anyway,
Horrigan.
we're not, that's, yes, thanks.
Representative Fellows?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since the UN and other countries recognize this particular day, August 9th, as an Indigenous Peoples' Day, I think that works for New Hampshire also. There is some controversy in the bill about whether or not the indigenous tribes mentioned here includes all of the ones that should be mentioned, but since it says including and it doesn't exclude anyone, then I think this bill works better than some of the other bills we've seen in the past.
Representative-elect?
I find it so ironic that we're willing to paint all the indigenous peoples of the world with the same paintbrush. Like every other group of European descent, African descent, Asian descent, indigenous peoples represent a wide variety of peoples. Now, that includes peaceful, industrious tribes and nations, and it includes violent, aggressive, warlike tribes and nations. And if we're talking about Columbus, we're talking about landing in the Caribbean basin, where, for example, the Caribs committed genocide and eliminated the Arawaks. In fact, what they did was they enslaved them and they ate them. They were cannibals. So before we declare an Indigenous Peoples' Day, I think we ought to carefully consider that there were good indigenous peoples and there were violent and warlike ones. And I'm not prepared to vote for a bill that's going to celebrate the Caribs. Thank you.
Representative Black?
I understand the reasons behind this bill, and I'm not inherently opposed to them, but as I and other people have stated before, that making things official days is, in my view, not the preferred way to celebrate anything. And so, if nothing else, in support of consistency, I am not going to support this.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Representative Svitek?
Just, by the way, there's been, these votes have not been pleasant because there's been a lot to be said on both sides, and I'm wasting your time. I'm done.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Seeing none, the motion is ought to pass on House Bill 1173, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Rhodes.
Yes.
Representative votes yes. The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
No.
Representative Allegro.
No.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santo Nastaso.
No.
Representative Goli.
No.
Representative Schuett.
No.
Representative Judy.
Oui, monsieur.
Representative Horrigan.
No.
Representative Marsh.
No.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Fontenot.
No.
Representative Groda.
No.
Representative O'Brien.
No.
And the chair.
No.
2, 4, 6, 8 in favor, 11 opposed. The motion fails.
Okay, the motion fails, 8 to 11. Does someone else have a motion? Representative Rhodes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move ITL on House Bill 1173.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Bill, okay, Representative Marsh. Is there any further discussion? Okay. The motion is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1173, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Rhodes.
Yes.
We never heard a thing for an interim study. And clerk will vote yes, I guess. Representative Pearson.
No.
Representative Yakubovich.
No.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
No.
Representative Lazara.
No.
Representative Santo Nastaso.
Yes.
Representative Goli.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Judy. Representative Horrigan.
Yes to the ITL.
Representative Marsh.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Fontenot.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
5 noes, 14 yeses.
The motion passes 14 to 5. I think that's probably not consent. Does anyone wish to write a minority report? Representative Yakubovich, it's due today.
He's writing minority.
He will write a minority report. Lunchtime. Okay. Who's this one? All right. I think we can get one in quickly. House Bill 1395, I move interim study.
Second.
By Lucas, okay.
No, that's not it. 13.
This bill has a different procedure for administrative rules. The bill as written has some issues, but no one will say that the administrative rule process is perfect. And I know a number of people have expressed ideas they want to have considered. So I'd like to keep this bill to use as a vehicle for study of the rulemaking process. Representative Lakis?
I agree with all that, and also in looking over the bill and talking with the sponsor, I found, I mean, there are, on top of those complications, there's changes that even to do what he wanted need to have been made and were missed, so it definitely needs work. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Okay, Seeing none, the motion is interim study on House Bill 1395. And the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Rhodes.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson?
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich?
Yes.
Representative Lekis?
Yes.
Representative Allegro?
Yes.
Representative Bailey?
Yes.
Representative Lanzara?
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso?
Yes.
Representative Goley?
Yes.
Representative Schuett?
Here's to a busier summer, yes.
Representative Judy?
Oui, monsieur.
Representative Horrigan?
Yes.
Representative Marsh?
Yes.
Representative Fellows?
Yes.
Representative Fontenot?
Yes.
Representative Groda?
Yes.
Representative O'Brien?
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
19
19
to
to
0 for
0, the
interim study.
motion passes. Is there any objection to consent? Seeing none. Okay.
13 to 0.
19. Okay, we've had a request for lunch. Yes, it's 1:15. We will resume at 2 p.m. Marsh, I believe you have a motion on House Bill 1192.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me grab my papers here. It takes me a minute. Yeah, I got them in order. Yes, relative to House Bill 1192, I would move ought to pass, and I would move Amendment 0913H, and when appropriate, I'd like to speak to my motion.
Representative Blackus seconds, so yes, Representative Marsh, please speak to your motion.
Yes, I think that we all recognize our agreement with Senate Bill 282, which has passed the other body. This amendment makes House Bill 1192 essentially identical to the Senate bill which was passed. The only difference is we were contacted by the Board of Acupuncture Licensing to add an additional phrase to the bill such that they don't have to pass new legislation if the national organization that certifies these licensees happens to change their name. So we incorporated that additional language into the Senate language, and that's where Amendment 0913 came from. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Blackus?
Yeah, thank you. Basically, the Senate did almost exactly pretty much exactly what we want to do, and the acupuncturists who testified before us did work with the Senate on that, and I communicated with them and got their assurance that they were fine with this language. And so actually I ran into Senator Reagan in the hall and thanked him for doing our work for us. So thank you.
Yes, thank you. It's always nice when that happens. Any further comments, discussion, questions? Yes, Representative Pearson.
Thank you. The only thing that I wished we had done, and we're going to apparently have an opportunity to do it when the Senate comes over, is add an alternate to their board. Other than that, rock and roll.
Anyone else? Representative Black?
Yeah, we'll have to amend their bill anyway to include the last minute change that Representative Marsh just mentioned. So we'll have to do something with it anyway.
I concur with that.
Other comments, questions, discussion? All right, seeing none, the motion is to adopt Amendment 0913H to House Bill 1192, and the clerk can call the roll. Yes, it is Amendment 913, correct, Representative Marsh?
That is correct.
Madam Chair, am I allowed to vote on this or not?
You came in before the question was called.
Okay, thank you.
On the amendment, Representative Rhodes.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Blackus.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzaro.
Yes.
Representative Santo Nastaso.
Yes.
Representative Goli.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui, monsieur.
Representative Horrigan.
Yes. Yes.
Did I Representative Santo Nastaso? Yes. Okay, just want to be sure. Representative Marsh?
Yes.
Representative Fellows?
Yes.
Representative Fontenot?
Yes.
Representative Groda?
Yes.
Representative O'Brien?
Yes.
Chair?
Yes.
19-0 on the amendment.
Okay, the amendment passes 19-0. Representative Marsh?
Yes, for a further motion, I move ought to pass as amended.
Okay, moved by Representative Marsh, seconded by Representative Blackus. Is there any discussion, comments, or questions? Okay, in that case, the clerk can call the roll when ready.
Representative Rhodes?
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson?
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich?
Yes.
Representative Lekis?
Yes.
Representative Allegro?
Yes.
Representative Bailey?
Yes.
Representative Lanzara?
Yes.
Representative Santo Nastaso?
Yes.
Representative Goli?
Yes.
Representative Schuett?
Yes.
Representative Judy?
Oui, monsieur.
Representative Horrigan?
Yes.
Representative Marsh,
Yes.
Representative Fellows,
Yes.
Representative Fontenot,
Yes.
Representative Groda,
Yes.
Representative O'Brien,
Yes.
and the chair.
Yes. Okay, the motion passes 19-0. Is there any objection to consent? All right, seeing none, we'll put that one on consent.
Madam Chair, if I
Yes.
may have a brief consultation with you.
Okay. So Representative Schuett, you have a motion on House Bill 1182.
Yes, I will move ought to pass on 1182.
I'll second. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes, in the absence of the prime sponsor, who we know has health issues, Representative McGuire asked me if I would make the motion on this. We did not hear anyone representing the court reporters that had objections to this, and it's basically in line with the other advisory boards that she was putting forward.
And regarding, I seconded, and my comment is that, as the previous speaker said, the court reporters don't object. The bill seems straightforward, and the question of transition is not necessary because the board members are appointed by the executive director, and so she can just appoint the current members. It's not an issue. Any other questions, comments, discussion? Representative Pearson.
Not to sound like a skipping record, but I would have liked to have seen an alternate on this board also.
And if we had made any amendments, we would indeed have done so. Representative Sajak.
What's a skipping record?
As an avid collector of records, I don't like to use the term broken, because if they're broken, they don't play at all.
Yes, thank you. Does anyone have a comment relative to the bill? Nope. Thank you, Representative Lanzar, for making everybody else feel old.
What's a record?
Okay. The motion is ought to pass on House Bill 1182, the court reporters, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Rhodes.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santo Nastaso.
Yes.
Representative Goli.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes,
Representative Judy.
Oui, monsieur.
Representative Horrigan.
Yes.
Representative Marsh.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Fontenot.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
The chair.
Yes.
19-0.
Does that, the motion passed 19-0. Any objection to consent? Right, seeing none, we'll put it on consent. Okay. House Bill 1079. Representative Pearson, do you have a motion?
Probably.
That's the one that increased the allowable hours for retirees.
Oh, yeah. That's right. 1079. Yes. I move to ITL.
Second.
Okay, moved by Representative Pearson, second by Representative Goli to ITL. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the things that we learned here, a couple things we learned in the attempt here to increase hours, was one, this would in essence allow teachers to work full-time and collect their retirement simultaneously, which was certainly not the intent. And also, too, we learned that with the Affordable Care Act, it would be possible for a community to have to now cross that threshold as well. We had some discussions in reference to some of the communities that do seasonal work, like Hampton and Rye and places with beaches. But the summertime hours for those per employee to go between the holidays is only 640 hours. So the current law did not restrict or cause problems in any way at 1352. So this just really, this doesn't do anything. It gets us into a situation of potential problems, and it doesn't solve anything really. Communities are free to hire as many part-time people as they choose, and this hourly restriction is not per community, it's per person. So the subcommittee felt that this was there was no need of this. Thank you.
Representative Goldie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And while I agree with Representative Pearson, and very well said, the other part that I had an issue with was removing the 28-day cooling off period during retirement. This was allowing those individuals to, by removing that clause, allowing them to retire in May and go right back to work full-time with the number of hours stated if we increase them. So that's not retirement in my book. Retirement's retirement. Take some time off, enjoy, and then if you want to work later on in life, you're more than welcome to. So that was one of the other issues I had with this piece of legislation. Thank you.
Yes, and I'd like to mention that the IRS also had issues with retire and go immediately back to work. And if there's one organization we don't want to fall foul of, it's the IRS. Any other comments, questions? Representative Sajak.
What's wrong with teachers working full-time after retirement?
If you're going to advocate for double dipping, which is one of the 6 things that is in retirement legislation as a protection, we can talk about it.
Representative Pearson will meet you behind the woodshed. All right, any other comments, questions? All right, seeing none, in that case, the motion is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1079, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Rhodes.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Vote Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui, monsieur.
Representative Horrigan.
Yes.
Representative Marsh.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Fontenot.
Yes.
Representative Grote.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
The chair,
Yes.
19-0 and ITL.
Okay, 19-0, the motion passes. Any objection to consent? Seeing none, we'll put it on consent. Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
if I may make a motion on House Bill 1018.
Okay. Okay, represent, on House Bill 1018, what is your motion?
I'm intending to move that we send it to interim study with the idea that it's a similar situation to the midwives bill. I know that Representative Pearson has an amendment, but that can also be considered in interim study. The members of this profession have similar issues to the midwives, and I was speaking with one of them before we broke for lunch, and she'd be very happy to work with us during interim study to perfect some wording that will hopefully be satisfactory to their profession and OPLC.
Second. am all set with that. I'm just opening it up so we can discuss it further. Thank you.
Thank you. When we went through this, and keep in mind, this was also made at the request of the director. You know, this was similar in the sense that there were some areas in here that involved the specific profession that we needed to amend to say in consultation with, and that's what an amendment I drafted certainly does. That was the primary cusp of the situation with this particular. I have no notes of any kind that the profession was objectionable to this. I don't. All I have is a letter in support from the Office of Professional Licensure. So, you know, and again, in keeping with the idea that OPLC should administer and the boards themselves should determine their profession, that's what my amendment would do. So, you know, if we're going to start fundamentally breaking OPLC apart, then, and we're not going to be consistent across the 54 boards, this room's going to be full of a lot of people.
Vlacus?
Thank you. Just a question, and that is, and I'm not remembering, but other than the executive director requesting it, were there? It's in writing. No, the question is, were there any issues raised? You know, current active problems.
We were all. I mean, I have the letter that was sent by Director Courtney in front of me. I would have to. There's discussion about consistency. It's also, the letter also talks about, as it did in others, about clarifying responsibilities.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, and also to, as we've heard systematically throughout this term, you know, the quorum issue.
Representative Goley?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and that's exactly what I was going to bring up. I have the letter in front of me as well, and states that while they were permitted to start holding meetings May 7th, 2021, the board did not hold monthly meetings in May and June. September and November meetings were canceled due to a lack of quorum, and the board did meet in July, August, October, and just the past month, which this was posted in January, so they did meet in December, but it seems like they did not meet in November. So it seems like it's a quorum or a meeting issue, unlike the midwifery board, that they are having issues with this.
Thank you. Representative
Thank you. I'm sorry the representative of this board who was here prior to lunch has not come back. She intimated to me that they had missed 2 meetings last year and 2 meetings the year before. That was it, basically refuting that testimony. So I'm not sure who's correct, but she was hopeful, like I said, that their case could be considered along with the midwives in study, because they do feel that they have issues in dealing with OPLC, as we've heard from several.
Representative Vlacus?
Thank you. I mean, I'm inclined to oppose the interim study. I mean, we do have to have some interim study or something on the larger question of how to deal with the relationship between the boards, the authority of the boards, and OPLC. You know, I don't know how big the problem is with this one meeting and meeting their obligations. Apparently there's some problem, but maybe it's not that bad. But my inclination would be at this point not to support the interim study, to go with the amendment and the bill, and then look at a larger potential cleanup or changes to all of them once we figure out what to do.
Representative Broda, and then
So when I go to the OPLC website and I look at the Board of Medical Imaging and Radiation, In 2020, they have minutes for all but 2 meetings. And in 2021, they have meetings for all but 2 meetings. And in 2022, they have no meetings. They have not met at all. So I understand, I mean, I would agree. And I do think that somehow this issue has to be taken up. And I don't know if I'm going to look to those people who have been in this business longer than I to recommend whether or not we put it in. My tendency would be to put it in interim study and look at it as a whole, than passing legislation that we're going to undo later. But I am so sorry. No, hang on. As a whole. So I'll leave it up to the committee to convince me one way or the other.
Representative Stewart?
Thank you. Yeah, I think the hope was, as we had stated previously, that we're going to try and put something in place to have oversight over OPLC. And I think that the hope from this board was that nothing would be done until that is put in place.
Anyone else? Representative Seifert?
Has there any been, this whole thing is turning into a quagmire, or has the potential for that, as I mentioned earlier. Has there been any discussion, thought about virtual meetings? Wouldn't that solve a lot of problems? I mean, we don't really have to sit around the same table for this.
Yes, that is under consideration in other committees. Representative Fellows, you had a comment?
Yes. Based on the State of the State speech, we know that the governor wants to do something with OPLC. And there seems to be so much up in the air about the operation of OPLC and what kinds of changes are needed. I'm thinking that there would probably be no harm in sending this to interim.
Anyone else? I'd like to comment that this is a very new board. We only passed the requirement for licensing these people, I think, 3 years ago. And if they can't, it doesn't encourage me to believe that we need to license these people if they can't establish a board and have a quorum. That seems, it seems odd to me that the newly appointed and presumably enthusiastic members of the board don't make the meeting. But
I would remind the chair that the 2 years in question were during this pandemic, and I imagine that anyone in the healthcare field might have had trouble making time to attend board meetings in addition to their healthcare duties.
Representative Marsh and then Grota.
Yes, thank you. And in response to the chair's comments, I will remind us all that we're talking about people who expose the public to radiation. And considering the significant and long-lasting harmful effects to certain members of the public who may be exposed to doses that are either toxic on their own regard or carcinogenic or harmful in other ways, that it very much is within our mission to protect the public, to make sure that the people who are doing these things are competent. So thank you very much.
Representative Pearson?
Well, the only harm here we're talking about is if this board doesn't meet, everything stops, right? Because you've got folks that we have the entire medical field is hurting for people. So it's not really comforting to me that they can randomly go for 2 months at a whack without having a meeting when they're trying to, process applications and licensing and whatnot under the current makeup.
Thank you. Representative.
So I'm going to correct this, and I'm going to say this again. In 2020, the board met 10 out of the 12 months. And if you look at their minutes, they had a quorum, there were people there, and there were action taken. The same in 2021. So the board is meeting, and they are meeting in consecutive months. So I don't see that this board is, I don't know why they haven't met in 2022 yet, but I don't believe that this board has a history of being, of being, what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah. No, but it has not followed their responsibilities. I see from what I'm reading that they are meeting and they are taking action on their responsibilities.
Comments, Representative Goley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And looking at 2021, they did not meet in May or June. There's no.
One of the things I think we need to look at when we look at the whole operation of OPLC, if there are no items to put on the agenda, isn't it reasonable that they may not have met for that reason? And then the other part of my question is, if Representative Grota is looking at minutes, in most cases, the minutes are approved in the meeting after. And so it's not going to show up until then. And also, if it's not posted yet in terms of 2022, that's probably an administrative function of OPLC. I'm not saying that they met or they didn't meet. I'm just saying that we don't really know for sure what's going on for this particular year.
Thank you, Representative Fellows. Other questions, comments?
If I may, Madam Chair,
Yes, Representative Shewitt.
I feel like I'm speaking on behalf of this board, but I'll just tell you that the representative of the board that was here that I spoke with before lunch had similar problems that the chair of the midwifery board indicated that, for example, the OPLC had said, you haven't dealt with an application from such and such, and she said they never presented it to them to look at. So again, it's difficulties that the boards are having dealing with OPLC. I don't know who's right and who's wrong, but I think it's worth looking at in more depth.
Okay, I don't recall at the hearing having any representatives from the affected party. Representative Pearson, did they support your subcommittee?
Thank you. No, there was no one, we didn't have any concerns. There was nothing. So if someone's coming now in the 11th hour, it would have been much nicer if they had been here earlier in the process. So we could at least have had a two-way discussion with them.
I can appreciate that. I will say that I've heard from several representatives of the boards that they were not notified that these bills were in the works. Yes, it's probably their responsibility
We didn't
to
notify
look,
the midwives either. Or the cosmetologist. So that's, ignorance of the law is no excuse, as they say.
It just seems that if OPLC was putting these forward, that they would have at least notified the board members.
Okay. Any further comments, questions, discussion? All right, the motion is on House Bill 1018 is interim study. The clerk can call the roll.
Representative Rhodes.
No.
Clerk votes no. Representative Pearson.
No.
Representative Yakubovich.
No.
Representative Lekis.
No.
Representative Allegro.
No.
Representative Lanzara.
No.
Representative Santonastaso.
No.
Representative Goley,
No.
Representative Short,
Yes.
Representative Judy,
No.
Representative Horrigan,
No.
Representative Marsh,
No.
Representative Fellows,
No. Wait, I changed my vote. Yes. Interim, yes. I was not paying attention,
the
sorry.
ink wasn't dry. Representative Fontenot,
No.
Representative Groda, Representative Groda,
No. Yes.
push me, pull you.
Really?
One more time, please.
Oh, you want,
Representative Groda?
I said yes.
Oh, okay.
I'm so sorry.
Representative, I'm going back. Representative Fontenot, you said no, right? Is that correct? Okay. Representative O'Brien
No.
and the chair.
No.
And I think you might have omitted me,
Did I omit Representative Bailey?
so that'd be a no.
Okay. I recorded you without asking you. It's more.
That's unacceptable.
It's more efficient that way.
Am I that predictable?
Well, Madam Chair, based on the failure of that interim
Perhaps
study.
we should announce the vote first.
Okay.
3 in favor of interim study, 16 opposed.
Okay, the motion fails 3-16. Representative Pearson.
In lieu of that, I'll move ought to pass with, and I'll introduce an amendment.
Okay, which amendment?
It will be 929H. I passed out copies, and there's plenty if I missed you.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, seconded by Representative Rhodes. Do you wish to speak to your motion,
I do, Madam Chair, thank you. So one of the things that, in keeping with the purpose of OPLC is to do administrative things and not run professions. So this is a similar concept of going through and looking at areas that involve where the board, where the executive director in consultation with the board should be doing the various function and not the executive director alone. And that's in its entirety what the amendment did in
There's an alternate.
like 10 places. Other than that, the amendment, or the bill stays the same.
Okay, thank you. Representative Rhodes, do you wish to speak?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Any other comments, questions, discussion? Okay. I will mention that the amendment also adds an alternate to the board so that we will ensure there are people available to fill in. Any Representative Bailey?
You sort of suggested there might be questions. I mean, doesn't this kind of, we did a lot of this last year, trying to consolidate it all to be the same, and we seem to be pretty far into this year with this stuff, and we've discovered suddenly that it's not quite right. How does this get fixed ultimately if you want them all to be the same?
This is part of actually the normal process. A couple of years ago, we essentially shoved all the boards under OPLC and have been spending the last few years finding places where we didn't do a thorough enough job. So we're cleaning up the language. The thrust to make them advisory has been muttered about, but this is the first time it's come out into bills. And it looks like a lot because we put each individual board into a separate bill to deal with it, rather than having one massive bill that would deal with, a large number of boards. And because it's easier to deal with them one at a time. Follow up, yeah.
It would seem that we're introducing inconsistencies again, in that we're doing it this way for one, but this other way for another one.
Well, that's why a number of these bills were introduced by various members of the committee, and they started out as identical. We essentially, and we made changes as necessary. The idea of board alternates came out during discussion, and so we're adding that in. Yes, the entire, like many other sections of our laws, we really need to wipe out and completely rewrite the licensing statutes. But that's going to be a horrendous job, and you need somebody dedicated to do it. If you want to volunteer or start rounding up some volunteers.
No.
I beg your pardon,
Thank
Representative?
you for answering my question.
Okay, you know, yes, it looks messy, but that's because it is.
Because it is.
Representative Goley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thought I saw Representative Sitek sticking his chin out to take on that task, but I may
That
be.
was pointing.
But getting back to the bill, as I looked at the minutes back in 2021 and back as we go, you look in the minutes and you see their task of approving applications and renewals, and missing 4 months, a third of the year of the meetings. When you're approving renewals and applications, there is an issue there when you're looking to get people licensed in a timely fashion. So that's the reason why I'm going to support the bill as amended, for those reasons. Thank you.
Thank you. We try to deal with that, but still, it's something that's got to be done. Other comments, questions? Okay, then, the motion is to adopt Amendment 0929H to House Bill 1018, and the clerk can call the roll.
And the plot thickens. Representative Rhodes.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Legas.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santo Nastasa.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui, monsieur.
Representative Horrigan.
Yes.
Representative Marsh.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Fontenot.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
The chair.
Yes.
19 to 0 on the amendment.
Okay, the amendment passes 19 to 0. Representative Pearson?
I move auto pass with amendment 0929H.
Second.
Okay, seconded by Representative Goley. Is there any, do you wish to speak to your motion?
It was well covered in the debate already.
Representative Goley?
I just want to thank Representative Pearson for coming forward with this amendment. I think it's important to have what we have here, that when the executive director does things, that it is in consultation with the board, and thank him for that. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Okay. In that case, the motion is ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 1018, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Rhodes.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekas.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santo Nastasa.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
No.
Representative Judy.
Oui, monsieur.
We? Representative Horrigan.
Yes.
Representative Marsh.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Fontenot.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
The chair.
Yes.
18 to show it.
No
18 to
objection to consent.
Okay, thank you. The motion passes 18 to 1, and without other objection, I'll put it on consent. Okay. Move on. Representative Lekas, you have a motion on House Bill 1135.
you, and I'll have it as soon as I get to that page. Okay, I'd like to move ought to pass with an amendment, the amendment being 0847H. This is for House Bill 1135.
08.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
0847H.
Okay, that's Representative Fellows, you seconded? Oh, thank you, Representative Broder. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
I do, thank you. I certainly support audits, and you know, I want to hopefully find out that this program is working well. But if we're going to have the state spend the money on an audit, I'd like to have it be an audit that's going to provide useful information. And you know, as there was some discussion before, and there was a letter that the chair passed around from the audit. I don't know who's it from, but from the legislative budget assistant, I believe. It's on the back.
From the Audit Division of
Right.
the Legislative Budget.
Right, Stephen Smith of the Audit Director of the Audit Division. You know, they want to have, at a minimum, a year's worth of steady state operation, and if they have more, 2, 3, you know, or more years, then they can actually do a better job because they can look and see trends and how things are going. So what I want to make sure is that this program has been in place with its final rules for a minimum of a year before the audit's done, and if it runs longer, you know, somewhat longer than a year, in some ways that's better, although I do want to know relatively soon, you know, not too far, not indefinitely far out, how it's going. So what this amendment does is it moves the effective date out by a year to July 1st of 2023 rather than 2022. And I understand that the audit isn't going to occur at that point because of the whole process to go through to get the audit going. But having it somewhat further out, I don't think is a problem. I want to make very sure that it's not going to happen until there's been a minimum of 1 year of steady state operation, preferably more. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Broder, do you wish to speak to your second?
I do, thank you, Madam Chair. Because of the situation that we have with COVID, I don't think that, I agree that we need 1 year of steady state, and that's been interrupted with the pandemic, so I think putting it out a year, we get more reliable data. Thank you.
Representative Saitek, you had it?
Yeah, when I mentioned the very same thing to Representative Fellows a while back, she pointed out that as a practical matter, no matter what, they just couldn't get to it after a full year was in place. So I'm inclined to just go forward with the bill as it is. I want to see this done as soon as reasonably possible. I'm not the biggest fan of education freedom accounts, but I want them to either be shown to be effective or not. And let's get this taken care of.
Fellows.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I speak against this amendment. If we adopt, one thing to go over is that this bill will put the audit in the queue and will, assuming it passes, and it will mean that the audit will occur. It does not specify when the audit will take place. And one thing that the LBA does not do is they would not do 2 audits at the same agency, or at least for sure the Department of Education. I'm not sure about HHS, that's really big. They would not do 2 audits of the Department of Education at the same time. And they have 1 audit in the queue right now, special ed, which they may, if they have started it, they've only started it within just the last week or 2. So what this bill does is it gets it in the queue. And if it gets in the queue now, the earliest they would be able to start on it would be October. And they wouldn't finish up with it until probably late spring of 2023. And the process is fairly long because the audit is still open until they get through all their evaluations, they write their report, they go back to the agency, and the agency has an opportunity to say, well, we think what you said here is incorrect. You probably misunderstood the person you were talking to. So the agency has time, which could be weeks or maybe more, to get those issues corrected. And then the whole process is not finished until it's presented to fiscal, and fiscal accepts the report. So that's not going to happen until maybe more than a year from now. And it's unlike the letter that we read is pretty much generic. It doesn't talk about this specific audit. One of the reasons to do an audit is if there's a high potential of risk to the state. And with education funding, like adequacy aid, in this program, which is sending a significant amount of money out to parents by means of a contractor to the Department of Education, which is a very unusual situation that has never happened before, that state money has gone to a contractor directly. There is high risk. There's high risk for ineligible people receiving money, for the money being spent on ineligible items. And so I think it's important to get this thing in the queue, and it'll go to the audit review board first. It's not necessarily going to be the next audit that they will do, but it gets it in the queue. Delaying gets it in the queue pushes out when we will see the results. If we adopt this amendment, let's see. If we adopt this amendment, the earliest that the results could be approved by fiscal would be just before probably late spring of 2024, 2 years from now. And if the audit identifies changes that need to be made, those changes can't be made earlier than the 24-25 school year, which is the 4th year that the program will be in operation. And sometimes audits recommend legislative changes that should be made because the agency can't do it unless they have the authority to do it. Then those changes couldn't occur before the 25-26 school year. So given how far that pushes it out, I think it's much better to just use the bill without the amendment and get it in the queue, because this pushes it out and makes us wait a very long time before we see the results.
Thank you. Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to go the other way on this one, in the sense that when you have a program that's new and it's new to the state, you're going to have a learning curve in the implementation of that program. You're going to have adjustments that need to be made. And to see if a program works after the initial settling is going to require probably 2 or 3 school years worth of data. So to actually look at what it's really doing rather than looking at the first year of implementation and making that become the defining study on whether this concept works or not. So I'm down with the amendment, but I'd even go 1 year farther personally. So
Thank you, Representative Lekis, and then Horrigan.
Thank you. Yeah, as I said, I wouldn't want it any earlier than that, and a little further out I'd be fine with. I thought this might be an acceptable compromise. I want to correct one thing, and that is the parents never have their hands on the money. It is paid by there's a contractor, I agree, but it's paid by the contractor directly to the vendor. So, I mean, I'm not saying things couldn't be handled incorrectly, but I don't think the risk is as extreme as some people may believe. And I really want to, I agree, I want to have things settled down so at least you have a minimum of a good, solid school year with the rules settled, and 2 would actually be better. So there's more experience and things are running in kind of steady state, and then we'll get a useful audit. It's not like we're going to then do another audit on it. If we do one early, that's maybe a little iffy because things are changing. We're not going to do one anytime soon on the same subject. So.
Representative Horrigan.
Yes, I could go on all day about this, but this is a very oddly designed program. I think probably it was passed rather hastily, but I'm not. Yes. Yes, if we do the, I think the timeline in the original bill, as Representative Fellows explained, is plenty long enough, and so I think, yeah, there's obviously many questions. I'm not even sure what the LBA could do with the contractor. So, but yeah, which is where most of the problems would be.
Yes, thank you.
So I would say understand the concern behind the amendment, but I think the original bill is the way to go, and it still takes a rather lengthy time to get the process complete.
I'd like to make a couple of comments. First of all, nearly a very large portion of our Health and Human Services budget is administered through contractors. It's not like we individually pay for everybody. We deal with a lot of contractors in the Health and Human Services. So it is not unheard of that we have large programs run through contractors. And secondly, GELCAR just approved the rules for this program with the proviso that the Department of Education work with the legislature to clear up some of the areas of self-contradiction or confusion, so that we will probably see some legislative changes due to the detailing of the rules. There are also, as I believe, 17 bills to amend or affect this program in the Education Committee, plus several in the Senate. So it's very difficult to do an audit when your baseline is in that much turmoil. So that's why I'm supporting this amendment, that we should do it after we know what the program is supposed to be doing. Representative Allegro.
I would like to make 2 points. First is that with this amendment, the bill is in the queue. That doesn't change anything. It just puts it back. Am I mistaken? Did you say 1 year? Which is nothing. And secondly, when you're trying to perform a study or an audit on how a program is working, you don't want to contaminate that with how the program is started up. So again, in support of Representative Lekis's amendment, pushing it back a year is a minimum if we want to study how the program is running. Thank you.
Representative Fellows.
Thank you. I'd like to respond to one of the things that Representative Pearson said, that in many cases, the audit of a program has to do with how effective the program is. So if you were trying to, reduce substance abuse or, have fewer homeless people, that makes sense. This program does not have any outcomes in terms of educational performance involved. The audit focuses on the fact of whether or not the state money is being handled properly, and if the money is being put in the hands if the money is being expended based on what parents want to spend it on. And if those parents are it looks at, are they eligible or not? Are the expenditures eligible or not? Is the money being accounted for properly? So there is a great deal of risk involved with this, because if money is being paid out to people who are not entitled to that money, after 3 years, do you think you're going to be able to get that money back from them? So that's the reason for the urgency to get it done as quickly as possible. And in quickly as possible is still talking about, like, you know, more by 2 years from now. So
Thank you, Representative Pearson.
I'd just like to focus on line 4. Line 4 says the audit shall include but is not limited to. This audit, as far as its scope, is going to most likely wiggle a little bit based on if we have 17 bills in the House alone on putting parameters in. When they go to audit this program, if there are additional parameters involved, the auditors are not going to just turn a blind eye to this. They're going to look at whatever wiggling has been done here. So it's not specifically tied only to A through G.
Well, actually, since we just went through the rules at great length, we said that the allowable expenses are A through N, and then O is other. So, I mean, there are a lot of different things that could be covered as allowable expenses. And that would need to be verified whether they're approved. Representative Fellows.
thank you, Madam Chair. In terms of wiggle room, this bill identifies things that need to be covered, but it also goes to the Audit Review Board, and they can wiggle and they can put additional things in it. And the auditors are going to use whatever statutes exist at the time that they're doing the audit. So we know for sure they're not going to start that audit earlier than October of this year, which is after we pass our bills for this term. And it could be like another 6-8 months out. I mean, it might not even be it won't be finished before 2003, and it may be 2004 if we get it in the queue now. If we don't get it in the queue now, there could be another education bill that comes in and, gets presented and puts in the queue before it.
Thank you. Representative Black.
Thank you. Yeah, starting it in October wouldn't necessarily make sense. The issue is the auditor who testified, or the person who testified, said they like to have a full fiscal year with the rules set, and that's not going to start this, the fiscal year that's going to be any part of this year. It wouldn't be until after June of 2023, and that's why I thought the date. Anyway, so and if nothing else, you'd want to do it through an entire, I think, school year, which more or less lines up with the fiscal year. So I just think, putting it in the queue at this point is premature, and that's why I want the amendment. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think we've faced off enough. Any further comments, questions? Yes, Representative Fellows.
So by the time you get to October, there will have been 2 full school years. And that's the beginning of the earliest possible time for the audit to begin. 2021 and 21-22, 2 full school years.
I beg to, the
20
Education
I
Freedom
got
Budget
those wrong.
passed with House Bill 2 in 2021, less than a
20.
year from now, about less than a year ago.
So
the 21-22 school year, which we are currently in the spring of, is the first year of the program.
You will have 2 years of student enrollment data, because the second year they will be signing up for the majority of them will be signing up and enrolling this fall. So that's 2 years of data, 2 years of student data, and the other issues are process.
Representative Blackus?
Yeah, just briefly. And the program did start, the end of last summer, more or less, but certainly not with stable rules, which has only occurred very recently.
There were significant differences between the interim rules they started the school year with and the final rules as approved. We've beat this dead horse. Any further comments or questions? Representative Saitek.
This audit has nothing to do with the effectiveness of the program. This is about without doing a financial audit, it's where the money is going. Is that correct?
I believe that if you look at what the bill specifies the audit to look at, where the money goes is one of the major items, and then checking the eligibility of the students and expenditure. Okay, any other comments or questions? All right, the motion is to adopt Amendment 0874 to House Bill 1135, and the clerk. 847. Well, thank you. I was wrong. Amendment 0847. Okay, the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Rhodes.
Yes.
The clerk votes no. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzaro.
Yes.
Representative Santo-Nastasa.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
No.
Representative Schuett.
No.
Representative Judy.
No, monsieur.
Representative Horrigan.
No.
Representative Marsh.
No.
Representative Fellows.
No.
Representative Fontenot.
No.
Representative Groda.
No.
Representative O'Brien.
No.
The chair?
Yes.
9-9 on the amendment.
Who isn't here?
Wait a minute.
You can't get 9 to 9.
No, we can't do that. It's 9-10. 9-10, sorry. The amendment does not succeed.
No, but nonetheless, we should know what the vote actually is.
I make a motion. Ought to pass?
What's that? Fine, I think we will pause here, take care of a few more bills, because I think we need to have a caucus. We can get rid of the rest of some of our other bills before interrupting ourselves for a caucus.
So-
Representative Santo-Nastasa, you have a motion on House Bill 1274.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to move ITL for 1274.
What number?
1274. Do we have a second?
I second.
Representative Santo-Nastasa, do you wish to speak to your motion?
Sure. This is for the Waste Study Committee, and there was already a kind of a study done on this in 2019, and there's already state policy to kind of cover this. So with all the study committees, it just seems unnecessary at this time.
Thank you. Representative Groda, do you wish to speak to your second?
Thank you. This is being currently, part of this is already being examined in another committee, a study committee, so I'm okay with putting this aside until we get the results of that study committee.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone else wish to comment on House Bill 1274? Okay, the motion is inexpedient to legislate by Representative Santo-Nastasa, seconded by Representative Groda, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Rhodes.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santo-Nastasa.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui, monsieur.
Representative Horrigan.
Yes.
Representative Marsh.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Fontenot,
Yes.
Representative Groda,
Yes.
Representative O'Brien,
Yes.
and the chair.
Yes.
That is 19-0.
Okay, the motion passes 19-0. Without objection, we'll put it on consent. Representative Bailey, you have a motion on House Bill 1312?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to move interim study on House Bill 1312.
Second.
By Goalie, thank you. Do you wish to speak to your motion, Representative Bailey?
Yes, this is the one that was kind of perplexing in that they had 0 grease input and a 1,000-gallon tank for that 0 input. And I think that this bill is intended to cut it back to an international standard, but it didn't seem like this didn't have any gradations, in a sense, that you couldn't have a 10-gallon grease tank, or it's like it was either all or nothing. So this maybe needs somebody to take a look at it in more detail.
Okay. Representative Goalie?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I too agree with everything Representative Bailey said. It was hard to follow what happened there because it sounded like they either had to put in this 1,000-gallon tank or they would not be permitted. But yet, at the end of the public hearing, you had DES looking over to those folks saying, well, we're willing to work with you. And that bothered me because that was after the fact that they spent the money and put this in for him to turn around and say that to these individuals. And the other thing that bothered me was listening to the hearing was that when they go into a business that they assume 100% of the grease being used in the facility is going down the drain. And we all know that doesn't happen. You have to have a cutoff point. It's not all going down the drain because it would cost you more to clean out your pipes than it would to empty that grease trap. And the final thing that got me was when the department said they were looking after the best interests of the owners by giving them a bigger grease trap so that they wouldn't have to spend the money to have it emptied out as often. That's a business decision, not their decision. So for those 3 reasons, I support the interim study so we can look further into this.
Yes, thank you. I would like to comment that, yes, it is a business decision when you clean out your grease traps. And what concerned me about this was that DES, as you said, well, we'll work with you, but their rules have absolutely no question of alternatives or operational workarounds or even asking for a waiver. And so I'm very concerned that their rules are written in a crude, one-size-fits-all manner that entraps small businesses. And then the Building Code Review Board came in and said, well, this isn't the way we should deal with building code issues. They have to get involved. So I think the entire issue of these grease traps is not just with DES. There's other people involved, and we should be looking at it when we do the study. Representative Fellows?
Yes, one of the things I recall is it sounded to me as if it was a visit from HHS inspecting the food establishment that triggered the whole thing, because from the testimony we heard, it sounded like the HHS person was the person who said you need to, address the grease trap situation. So we have multiple agencies that we need to hear from.
Okay. Representative Pearson?
We're also in a situation of a change in both technology and in the value of grease. Some of these rules go back quite a ways where grease was more of a pain in the butt than anything else, and now it's something you sell. So I think that we've not kept up with the times in reference to what folks really truly do with grease. And for a new establishment, the machines that use the grease now, keeping in mind that it has value, also are more apt to retain it than they are just to get rid of it. So I think this is a case of where we're just not caught up with the times.
Okay. Thank you, Representative Horrick.
Yep, as Representative Pearson aptly pointed out, we can recycle grease. And in fact, I think there's a criminal case going on right now where somebody is being prosecuted for stealing grease from a well-known local restaurant's grease trap. So you probably want as big a grease trap as you can get if the stuff is saleable. And also, the way the bill's written, it referred to section of the plumbing code, and I looked it up, and I know nothing about plumbing. I didn't understand it, but it seemed to deal with a lot of issues other than the grease traps per se. So, yeah.
Okay, other comments, questions, issues? All right. Seeing none, the motion is interim study on House Bill 1312, and the clerk can call the roll.
Sounds like claptrap. Representative Rhodes.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui, monsieur.
Representative Horrigan.
Yes.
Representative Marsh.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Fontenot.
Yes.
Representative Grote.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
19-0.
Okay, the motion passes 19-0. Yes, hearing no objection, I'll put it on consent. All right. Representative Allegro, you have a motion on House Bill 1344?
I do, Madam Chair, yes. I would like to motion ought to pass.
Is there a second?
I will.
Representative Bailey seconds, okay.
Do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you. Every one of us in this room have had to deal at one level or another with fine print in all sorts of things. And this bill actually is a really good solution to a fine print problem that could be very costly. So the item was that in listing contracts for real estate, in the fine print, there can be language that indicates that the listing agent can actually make the sale without getting back to, in other words, without sanction from the listing owner, from the owner of the property. So people can sign a listing contract not thinking that anything like this was in it, and then they're surprised by a sale that they had no idea was coming. This bill simply says that the agent has to be proactive in obtaining power of attorney from the owner. So the owner knows what actually happened and knows that they're giving power of attorney, legal power of attorney, under New Hampshire's laws to this listing agent. And so I think it's a really good bill and it ought to pass. And if we're concerned with protecting consumers, this is a simple one. Thank you.
Representative Bailey, do you wish to speak to your second?
He said it all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other comments, questions? Representative Fontenot?
I don't think that the bill is necessary because in New Hampshire, in order to sign a purchase and sales agreement or a deed, the real estate broker would have to have a legal power of attorney. So I don't believe it can be inserted into a listing contract, in my experience.
Okay, that is a good point. Any other comments, questions, issues? Anybody, Representative Fellows?
I don't recall, did anybody ever tell us that they knew of a specific situation where this actually happened? Because it seems like it might be just, trying to fix a problem that's never existed.
I believe there were comments, but they weren't in New Hampshire. Representative Lekis?
Yeah, and again, I don't have notes, and I'm trying to dredge my memory, but I believe Representative Silber mentioned that at least there were listing contracts that actually had that language in it, but I'm not 100% certain. Thank you.
Representative Allegro, and then Grote.
Yes, to second Representative Lekis's comments there, the testimony that were heard specifically addressed that language can be found, not in all, but can be found in New Hampshire listing contracts. And if we're looking for individual examples, well, that's awful hard to do here and now.
I do. I have in my notes that it was Representative Silber that brought this up, and he said only the owner or formal power of attorney can sign a purchase and sales. Attorney, in fact, is the label given to the power of attorney designee, and that this bill was supported by both Gene Archibald, who was a real estate agent, who had witnessed elderly abuse when this hadn't been done, and she supported House Bill 1344 to prevent elderly abuse. And also the New Hampshire Realtors were also in support because it codified two different documents. So those are the notes that I have from that, if that helps you, Representative Fellows and Representative Fontenot.
Representative Sitek?
I'd like to ask Representative Fontenot a question. Will this bill do any harm?
I don't believe it will do any harm.
Any other comments, questions, discussion? I'd have to say that I agree that it can't do any harm, and and I'm still not sure whether or not it's necessary, but if it simply clarifies the intent of the law and puts it in a place where it's easier for people to find, that may serve some purpose. Okay, anyone else? All right, thank you. The motion is ought to pass by Representative Allegro on House Bill 1344, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Rhodes?
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson?
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich?
Yes.
Representative Lekis?
Yes.
Representative Allegro?
Yes.
Representative Bailey?
Yes.
Representative Lanzara?
Yes.
Representative Santo-Nastasa?
Yes.
Representative Coley?
Yes.
Representative Short?
Yes.
Representative Judy?
Oui, monsieur.
Representative Horrigan?
No.
Representative Marsh?
Yes.
Representative Fellows?
Yes.
Representative Fontenot?
Yes.
Representative Grote?
Yes.
Representative O'Brien?
Yes.
And the chair?
Yes.
Looks like 18-1.
Okay, the motion passes 18-1. Is there any objection to consent? Seeing none, we'll put it on consent. All right, House Bill 1510. Representative Santo-Nastasa?
Yes, I'll make a motion, ITL for House Bill 1510.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, seconded by Representative Rhodes. To speak to your motion?
Sure. This is the study committee for the New Hampshire hiring process. And I just think that it's inherent that government is going to just be a little bit slower in hiring than the private sector, and that we just don't need a study committee for this. You know, it's just a symptom of the overall labor shortage that everyone's experiencing, more than the process that's been the same for a while.
Representative Rhodes, do you wish to speak to your second?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Representative Sitek and then Grote.
Did we hear that that other states had the same kind of problem? Does anybody recall that?
No, I don't recall that. Representative Grote?
I've thought about this bill for some time, and I think that it's important that we pass it because, first of all, I don't think anything should be inherent to anything. If that's the argument, that's not in my book strong enough. Number two, if there's a process that we're doing that slows down our hiring that can be resolved, I think we should certainly do that. Number three, we have a 20% vacancy rate throughout our state agencies, 50% in corrections, which is significant. So I think that, I know that we have a low unemployment rate in New Hampshire, but if there's some way that we can get our state agencies' employment ratios up, and use that, and use this lady to do so, and look at the way we do our hiring practices, I think that we should do that. That's my recommendation, is to pass this bill.
Okay, other comments? Representative Fellows.
I think that there are probably room for improvements. The processes for an application has to go through many steps before a person actually gets hired. And I think there can be improvements, but given the current situation with the agency having to try to, hire people through COVID and through a period when we know, there are vacancies in the private sector also, I think that this is not the year to do this.
Okay, thank you. Representative Goley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will vote against the ITL as well. If I recall correctly, I believe we had both the chair and vice chair of the Labor Committee here before us testifying in support of this bill, both agreeing that it needs to be looked at in a bipartisan way, and so for that reason, I will vote against ITL and support another motion. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Sajtek.
Well, the same way that we have within our province the ability to examine boards without anybody bothering us, I think the Labor Committee can do this on their own. What concerns me is that this is a really in-the-weeds kind of thing. Are we really going to get into how the application process works at DOE? It goes to this desk, that desk. We're going to be shadowing these people. This is a committee that wants to do global stuff. They're not going to want to sit there and sift through. I just don't see it happening. Good luck, but I don't see it actually accomplishing anything.
Yes, I'd like to expand on that. The Bureau of Personnel says that they are working on this problem. They have been for a while, and they are investigating it. I think that they are fully capable of investigating the hiring process in much greater detail than a legislative committee. And I think they would prefer to be able to do it without us looking over their shoulder. And I also agree with Representative Sajtek that the Labor Committee has the ability to look into this on their own without having a bill to form a special committee to do it. And I would encourage them to do so if they feel the need. Anyone else want? All right, very good. The motion is annexed being to legislate on House Bill 1510, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Rhodes.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santo Nastaso.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
No.
Representative Schuett.
No.
Representative Judy.
No, monsieur.
Representative Horrigan.
No.
Representative Marsh.
No.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Fontenot.
No.
Representative Grota.
No.
Representative O'Brien.
No.
And the clerk. And chair.
Thank you. Yes.
Sorry for the demotion. 11-8.
ITL motion passes 11-8. Will there be a minority report? Okay, if nobody's going to write one, then obviously not. I think it should go on the regular calendar anyway. All right. And I think we will recess for 10 minutes to have a quick caucus on House Bill 1135, rather than muttering. Okay, thank you.
Every time you stand up, it happens.
I know, and I'm wondering.
What I think is,
Bells on your toes? I don't know.
your temperature timer, you're just done.
Honestly, every time I stand up, my chair dings. I'm like, what is going on?
It's actually kind of funny.
You're just, just announcing to the world you have risen.
Was there, when you raised the chair, was there some? Oh, I thought that's when you raised the chair.
I don't know, it's kind of a nice chair.
Roll number, yes, absolutely. If you want a number, you gotta look it up. Okay.
I think we're still on camera. So,
Yes, turn your mic off.
but I mean, I think that that's recording us.
Is everybody back? Yeah, looks like it. Okay. Having completed all our other business, we're back on House Bill 1135, and Representative Pearson has a motion.
I'm going to move reconsideration on the amendment.
Okay, is there a second? Okay.
A point of order? Did you
Yes.
vote on the prevailing side?
That is not a condition in committee motions to reconsider.
It is on the House floor, but not in committee. Okay, so Representative Pearson has moved reconsideration of the amendment, seconded by Representative Lakis. Is there, let's see, is that debatable? Yes, Representative Sitek?
Is it debatable?
I have no idea.
Well, we're in committee, let's debate it.
Well,
I'll break the ice on that. That was funny.
okay, thank you.
I am in favor of an audit. I wanted it as soon as reasonable. Some things have been brought to my attention, as you might imagine. I did not read the letter that we got that was on our desks. Maybe we got it in email, but I must have missed it with boat speeds in Winnipesaukee. About the conduct of audits, and it makes a couple points that one, it's best to wait until the program is operational. For some time, Representative Fellows has made a good case. I just don't know how much time. There's a second part at the end. He gives an example of its therapeutic cannabis identification card program. I don't know that that's directly comparable, but it's an example of why of the concern about an early audit. There's also, while things are being brought to my attention, that there are bills currently affecting this program in the works, and we're going to have, LBA is going to have a moving target, if that's the right expression, or it's going to be amorphous. How do you, nuts. So I still want the audit, but I'll vote for the amendment.
Okay, the motion is to reconsider our vote.
Oh, the reconsideration.
Okay. Seeing no other interest in discussion, we will call the vote.
Representative Rhodes.
Yes.
Yeah, clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santonastasso.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
No.
Representative Short.
No.
Representative Judy.
No, monsieur.
Representative Horrigan.
No.
Representative Marsh.
No.
Representative Fellows.
No.
Representative Fontenot.
No.
Representative Grota.
No.
Representative O'Brien.
No.
Chair.
Yes.
Reconsideration prevails
Okay.
10 to 9.
Reconsideration prevails 10 to 9, so that the next step is to vote on the passage of the amendment, number 0847.
Yeah, it's
We vote on the amendment.
Gotta-
We retake the vote. Yes. Okay. I don't think it needs a special motion because we just voted to reconsider. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Representative Schuett.
I didn't quite get who made the motion and second.
Pearson and Lakis.
Thank you.
What's the parliamentary status?
The parliamentary status, we have voted to reconsider, and the next action therefore is to retake the vote on passing the amendment.
So this is the reconsidered vote.
we have reconsidered, and we will now do we will now consider it again. So it is up for debate. If anyone missed saying something in the previous debate, which I don't think so, okay. In that case, the motion is to pass amendment. Adopt amendment 0847H, and the clerk can call the roll when ready.
Representative Rhodes.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santo Anastaso.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
No.
Representative Schuett.
No.
Representative Judy.
No, monsieur.
Representative Horrigan.
No.
Representative Marsh.
No.
Representative Fellows.
No.
Representative Fontenot.
No.
Representative Groda.
No.
Representative O'Brien.
No.
Chair.
Yes.
10 to 9 on the amendment.
Okay, the amendment passes 10 to 9. Representative Lekis, you have a motion?
I'd like to move ought to pass with amendment 0847H on House Bill 1135.
Is there a second? Okay, seconded by Representative Pearson. Is there any discussion? I'd like to say that doing a performance audit of this program is a very good idea, and I want to thank Representative Fellows for bringing this bill forward. Any other comments, questions, discussion? All right, seeing none, the motion is ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 1135, and the clerk can call the roll.
Ought to pass as amended. Representative Rhodes.
Yes.
With amendment. Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santo Anastaso.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
No.
Representative Schuett.
No.
Representative Judy.
No, monsieur.
Representative Horrigan. Representative Mark.
No.
No.
Okay.
One at a time, please,
All right.
gentlemen.
I have recorded Judy is no, Horrigan is no, Marsh as,
No.
Fellows.
No.
Representative Fellows. Representative Fontenot.
No.
Representative Groda.
No.
Representative O'Brien.
No.
The chair.
Yes.
10-9.
Okay, the motion passes 10 to 9. Is there someone going to write a minority report? Representative Fellows will write the minority report. Okay, I think that is all the bills we have in our possession, unless somebody wants to go back to one of the others. All right, I'm seeing no enthusiasm. Thank you all for coming and for lasting through this. Thank you, Representative Marsh, for sending in your committee reports. They are due today before midnight. And have a nice day, and I'll see you all on Thursday. How nice for you. That's being prepared, yes.
So, is there some process in place to make sure that the reports don't get messed up again? 'Cause
I am going to follow it more closely. I'm probably going to be here tomorrow afternoon to
I'm
make.
sure it wasn't personal, but two of mine, you know.
Yeah,
had-
well,
had issues.
some of it